What's going on, Gab? I'm good. How are you? Exhausted from work, damn crotch goblins. Hey, listen, I feel the same way. I had to work today, and I'm just kind of like, I really wish I just had the day off for Memorial Day. Would I celebrate anything? Not really. Would I go to cook in the backyard? Not really. Backyard. If I have a backyard. We do have like our complex has like a grill outside that you can use, but I still probably wouldn't even use that. Probably just cook something up here and then just call it a day. Let me get some water. I am thirsty. I will be right back. All right. Got my hydration. Earphones are on. We are good to go. All right. Last we left off, let's see if I can remember this. Oh, this is pretty much like the plot. Like we're in the thick of it now. The kids are told, oh, hey, go to the beach, just have some fun, go out there. Meanwhile, the grown-ups decide, oh, it's finally time to start talking about, Dad was supposed to die last year. We need to split up this money. And that didn't happen. So they have the doc there. I'm like, hey, Doc, so how much longer does he have again? Because, like, we really need to figure this out and, like, fast. Doc can't give an accurate answer. Or he says, like, well, sure, I can tell you, like, what his health is at and that, he keeps drinking and, that's going to be bad for him. But, like, when he's going to die, I have no idea. But they're getting restless. They're like, no, we got to figure out this money situation now. So they start talking about the fact that, well, wait a minute. Kraus, the fuck, man? You just been out here spending our money? You've just had control? We've known this whole time. No investors want to do anything with you. Like, absolutely nothing. Where are you getting all this money from? What's happening, buddy? What's going on? You doing some Ponzi scheme shit? What's going on, my man? So they're pretty much grilling him, and they say, all right, we're going to set up a deal, right? Let's talk about this. Deal is, oh no, before they do that, they're grilling him the entire time. Then they cut to the kids, and the kids pass by the, I almost called her Charlotte, the picture of Beatrice, who is the witch that Kinzo apparently talks to. And apparently there is a tale that there is 10 tons or 10,000 tons of gold no, it's not 10,000 tons. It has to be 10 tons, right? It's 10 tons of gold. I have that right. There's 10 tons of gold just lying around somewhere, and it's worth about like 20 billion yen. It's a big deal. They're talking about it. And then Maria's like, hey, what, you don't believe in witches battle or what the fuck, man? Well, she doesn't say what the fuck. She's like, ooh, you don't believe? And he's like, no, I believe, you know, just to make you happy, I believe. But there seems to be some genuine interest in trying to find out about this this gold that is potentially on the island. Cut back to the dining room where they're talking. And they start drawing up a contract where they're saying, well, they start drawing up a deal where they're saying like, okay, here is what we're going to outline in the deal. Basically, it's like protections and stuff where they're saying, okay, if you have 20 billion and this inheritance is supposed to come down to us, then what we want to do, to sum it up, because I don't want to go through all 7 steps, I think I kind of remember them for the most part, is that you're going to divide up the inheritance. Yeah, sure. You can keep 12.5 billion and then you're going to give 2.5 billion to the rest of us. So we're expecting a payment of 7.5 billion. However, we're not expecting that money right away, but we want to make sure that we get a deposit and a cut right now. So you are going to pay us 10%, and there's going to be a cut of 750,000 or 750 or 75 million yen, actually, is what it'd be. 75 million yen up front is what you're going to have to pay. And it puts Kraus in a pretty bad position. What's up, Goose? How are you? And so now all of a sudden he's kind of cornered. And they draw up a contract, and he puts like one little provision in there. And then they're just like, okay, well, the contract's drawn up. Here it is. You can add, we're going to add your little provision now. And he says, nah, wait a minute. So y'all dug up all that stuff on me, but I know stuff about y'all. And all of a sudden he's just railing off and going like, yeah, you need money because you're actually broke. And like, oh, you need money because like your business is actually, was publicly owned and you didn't protect yourself. You need money because you're actually a broke bitch, and you need money, and you need money as the youngest. And so now all of a sudden he's realizing that caveat about the 750 million or 75 million up front is so that, you know, they can cover their asses, because as the game said in capital letters, they need money now. JG Wentworth 877 cash now. And then we cut to Kinzo's room, and that is where we Kinzo's study, and that is where we last left off. So let's pick it up from there. Load her up. You're doing well? I'm glad to hear. Audio good for you guys? It looks like it should be. It's very loud in my ear, which I'm totally fine with. I had to do I needed to restart my PC before stream. So sound wise, everything is good on my end. Audio is fine here. Thank you, Bozo. Also, hello, welcome in. All right, so I very much feel like we are about to get into game territory. So I'm very ready for that today. I feel like I've said that the past 2 streams, and then I talk a lot. Quite an entertaining scheme. But this feels legit now. Like we've talked about the witch. They've talked about the game. They've talked about like the puzzle and everything. It feels like we're here. Quite an entertaining scheme. Well then, what are the conditions they've attached? Well,
Kraus-sama wa Ogon no hakken o towazu ni sono wakemae toshite Eva-sama, Rudolph-sama, Rosa-sama ni kei 75 oku yen o shiharau koto.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was the other part of it, was that they were talking about that Kraus should know like there's 20 billion yen worth of gold on the island, and he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's like a made up tale. Why do you believe that? But that's also funny because then he kind of gives up the game and is like, well, let's say that I do find this gold. However, 10% of that will be paid before March. Here we go. Kraus, you dunce.
弟たちに足をさらわれるとはな。
To think he would have swept his feet out from under him by his by younger siblings.
実に愉快ではないか。
How truly amusing.
しかし、爪が甘いようだな。
But it sounds as though they tripped when going in for the kill. Yes.
はい。
Yes.
クラウス様はそれをエヴァ様以下お三人が緊急に大金を用立てする必要があるためとカンパされました。
Kraus exposed the fact that Ava and the younger siblings are all have an urgent need to get money. Umi Monday, let's go! Welcome back in, B. Edwards.
その程度のことはカンパできるのか。
Is there even any need to expose such obvious
中
facts?
途半端に無能な男め。
That irresolute, incompetent man.
今はどうしている？
What are they doing now?
話は一度中断されました。
That conversation has been put on hold for the time being.
今はベアトリーチェ様の碑文の話をされています。
Now, Beatrice-sama's epitaph is being discussed.
私の黄金がどこに隠されているのか、その謎を解こうとか。
So they're trying to solve the riddle and find out where my gold is hidden.
はい。
Yes. Kinzo set down his spectacles and snorted.
奇跡の成就が先か。
Will the miracle be fulfilled first?
愚か者どもが黄金を暴くのが先か。
Or will those fools expose the gold first? Hello, Cynthia. Welcome back in. Hey, hey. I hear 10 billion yen and I awake like a Yakuza sleeper agent. It's actually funny. It's 20 billion yen, but yes. What's going on, Poyam? So why does the, which I think Yakuza might be, when I get through some games, might be next on my list. If I can get if there's genuine interest in it, because I feel like there was, like, people were telling me, like, I'll play Yakuza, a few years back, but then I feel like people weren't really into it, and so I stopped, and I just kind of played it off stream. You got me? So it might be something I actually revisit, because I technically have not finished either game. So to kind of get a refresher on it would be nice. So why does the crazy old man want to talk to Kanan when he normally just yells at everyone else besides the head butler? He's drunk now. That's the answer.
実に見物ではないか。
What a show this will be. I know people who actually function like that, where if they do not have alcohol, and they're like they get like angry, they get shakes and like cannot control themselves. So yeah. I forgot to ask, is Gab mainly the only one who's played UMINEKO? Everyone else seems new to it? Yes. I think B. Edwards has played, it seems that B. Edwards has played it because they're here watching and really enjoy watching playthroughs. So I would guess that B. Edwards has played. I'm guessing you have also played. Everybody else, for the most part, is either in the process of playing or have not played it. So there's some, like, I would say for the most part, like, it's half are new and have no idea, and then most are like, the other half are like either played or have no idea what's going on. I have either played or like kind of know what's going on. Oh, Bozo, you played too. I didn't know that. Will the miracle be showed first, or will those fools expose the gold first? What a show this will be.
愚か者どもが我が謎を解き明かしたなら、
At the very
その
moment
時
those
は
fools
私の
solve my
全て
puzzle,
の敗北だ。
I will suffer utter defeat.
我が
Also, hello,
屍
Donnie.
を骨のひとかけらまでしゃぶり尽くすがいい。
I mean, just translate that to suck my dick. They can suck my corpse down to the last fragment of bone.
愚か者どもの貪欲さが偉大なる魔法に奇跡を宿らせるのだ。
The greed of fools can allow great magic to bring forth a miracle. I guess that would be beneath Kinzo to say something like that, though. Kinzo isn't like his son, not Battler, shit, what's his name? Rudolph, there we go, yeah. Rudolph is a little bit more Kraus. Crass. He would say that. The greed of fools can allow great magic to bring forth a
だ
miracle.
がもし
And yet,
奇跡の成就が先だったなら
if the fulfillment of the miracle comes
先
first,
だったなら
if it comes first. Okay, so you're not dying? I thought you would have been dead by now.
ベアトリーチェは再び蘇る
Ooh, Beatrice will be resurrected again. Okay, so, okay, all right.
私が半生をかけて追い求めたあの美少が蘇るのだ
The smile I've been chasing half my life will be restored.
おおベアトリーチェ
Ooh, Beatrice.
奇跡を落とす聖なる夜がやってくるぞ悪魔たちとのゲームが始まるぞ
Soon will come the sacred night when we shall bet upon a miracle and the game of demons shall begin.
私はきっと打ち勝つ絶対に生き残る
I will surely prove triumphant and survive.
他の奴らの命はくれてやる
I'll let you have the lives of all those others.
富も名誉も財産も黄金も何もいらぬ
I don't need wealth or honor or assets or gold or anything.
ただお前の微笑みがもう一度見たいだけなのだ
Come on, give me one more Beatrice before you send me to the game, please. All I want to see is your smile one last time. Give it, hit me with it. That's not what I wanted. Oh shit, did you die? Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Oh no. Not you too, Goose. Beat Rice. Kinda got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo motioned for him to stop.
なぜ私が黄金の隠し場所をわざわざ人目に触れるように晒したかわかるか
Do you know why I went to the trouble of exposing the hidden location of the gold in a place that everyone can see?
いえ
No. No.
魔法の力はリスクで決まるからだ
It is because magical power is determined by risk.
ベアトリーチェの黄金を暴こうとする人間が多ければ多いほど
If the number of people who try to discover Beatrice's gold is great,
その危険が高まれば高まるほどにそれでもなお成就できたとき魔法の力は偉大なる奇跡を起こせるのだ
and the danger of them succeeding is great as well, then the power of magic will bring about a grand miracle if we succeed despite the odds.
魔法とはつまりゲームなのだよ
In other words, magic is a game.
優れている者が勝者になるのではない
It's not the case that the one who performs the best becomes the victor.
勝者には魔法が与えられ優れるのだ
The victor performs the best because he has been granted magic. Are we seriously about to get magical powers? Like, if that actually happens, then we're about to. Okay, things might actually get crazy.
わかるか
Do you see?
生命の奇跡が数億分の1という神々しい確率に勝利するからこそ与えられるようにな
It is similar to how the miracle of life can be granted only after winning against the divine odds of several 100 million to 1.
お前には少し難しいか
Is this a little difficult for you?
申し訳ございません
My apologies.
よい
That's fine.
つまりはこういうことだ
It all comes down to this.
ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎を解いた者には私が築き上げてきた全てを与えよう
I will give all that I have built up to the one who solves the mystery of Beatrice's epitaph.
富、名誉、黄金、そして後宮家の家督 私が築き上げてきた全てだ。
Wealth, honor, gold, and the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family. Everything that I have established.
その謎に挑む資格があるのは何も私の息子たちだけとは限らぬ。
My children certainly aren't the only ones with the right to attempt to solve this. Oh. I did not consider that. But the question is, do they know about it as well, though? Well, I mean, I guess in this case, Kanan would, but...
たとえお前であっても、その謎を解けたなら全てを得る資格があるのだ。
Okay, so he full out says it. Okay. Anyone who solves the riddle will have the right to gain everything, even you.
はい。
Yeah, oh, there's a little hesitance there.
ですが、
However,
僕にはあのような難しい謎は分かりかねます。
emo toothpick cannon about to become super rich. Wow. I couldn't possibly understand such a difficult riddle.
無論だ。
Of course.
難解に作った。
Of course. I made it difficult.
だがお前も挑め。
But you must try to solve it as well.
それが我が魔法の奇跡を呼ぶ糧となる。
That will form the seed that summons the miracle of my magic.
誰もが挑み、誰にも至れなかったら、その時はその時。
If everyone attempts it and everyone fails, that will be that.
だが奇跡が集い、魔法の力が生まれたならその時こそ。
However, if the miracles come together and give birth to magical power, it will happen.
ベアトリーチェが蘇るのだ。
Beatrice will be revived.
だからお前も挑め。
That is why you must attempt it too.
誰もが挑め。
Everyone must attempt it.
そして我が魔法に力を捧げるのだ。
And in so doing, they will give strength to my magic.
わかるな。
Do you understand?
はい。
Yes.
努力します。
I will try. For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and clutching at his head. Kanon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving, until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo eventually realized this.
もうよい。下がれ。
Very well, leave me.
酒棚に菓子の袋がある。
There is a bag of sweets on the liquor cabinet. Are they filled with Grand Marnier? Grand Marnier is delicious. There are some people that make like chocolates with it. It's like delicious. Grand Marnier chocolates. Did they kill Beatrice or something? She's a witch. Apparently she has like, from my understanding, she just has like some mystical powers, and Kinzo like knows her or like made a deal with her, and so she's kind of important to him, and so he obsesses over her, just like, Beatrice, come back to me, and it's tied to like her epitaph, and so little novelle, and so we're still learning about it, right? So there is a portrait that's in like the main hallway where they see her and they pass by it all the time. So we'll they didn't kill her, but she's dead. Yes. Why did it say revive her? She's dead. Sorry. I should have clarified that. You said, did they kill her? And I think I got caught on that, thinking like, well, wait a minute. What am I talking about again? But yes, dead. You can take some with you as a reward.
結構です。
I'm fine.
僕は。
After all, I am furniture.
家具は菓子など食わぬか。
So furniture doesn't eat sweets?
道理だが。
Well, I suppose it stands to reason.
ならばもう下がれ。
In that case, leave me.
はい。
Yes.
失礼いたします。
Excuse me. Kanan bowed and left the study. As the door closed, a heavy locking noise sounded out. But it was not the sound of Kanan locking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to seal himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. He was already unable to trust anyone accepting, not the children who shared his blood, but those servants who called themselves furniture. Nanjo-sama, how are you feeling? Genji-san. Oh, it's just that there's no place for me to be anymore. With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door of the parlor. That look was apparent enough to tell Genji what Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood the family situation. It must have made him want to frown. Not knowing that right now in the lounge, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. I was like, yeah, like they have to be hearing this conversation too, right? Because they're definitely loud. But it would have been very difficult to gather this from his indifferent expression. Still, I don't understand. Why did Kinzo have something so provocative written, I wonder? The roast of Kraus is still going on. I mean, chat. I mean, like, we can put him on a stick, like he was like a witch. Like, I cannot talk. Put him on a stick and roast him like a rotisserie chicken. Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait at the plate with the epitaph. I do not presume to understand the master's thoughts. However, I'm sure he had a deep reason for doing so. Now it's time to actually learn what the riddle is. Okay, yeah, that's why I felt like I was at a good point to stop yesterday, but I didn't know where they were going to stop me at. But okay, cool. I feel like, yeah.
Kinzo-san no chess wa mukashi kara zuibun to endai na yomi de fuseki o utareru mono deshita.
Since long ago, when Kinzo-san played chess, he would always prepare his moves according to some far-reaching judgment.
Yeah.
Yes, sometimes even to make moves I couldn't understand. For an average person like me, it was impossible to see through whatever it was he was planning. Sometimes I wonder if this might be some kind of will in the master's eyes. Perhaps he wishes to hand over his wealth and title to the one who can understand it. So you're thinking he may have wanted the four siblings to work together and solve the riddle, before some outsider like myself solved it? Kinzo-san may speak of his children in insulting terms, but perhaps he also wants them to repair their relationship. No. It certainly would be heartwarming if, as Nanjo had suggested, this epitaph had been made to repair his siblings' relationship, but that ain't it at all. For someone who's apparently been friends with Kinzo for years, he does not understand the old geezer. Yeah, I mean, like, come on, that man's yelling Beatrice all the time, and However, both Nanjo and Genji knew that nothing could be more impossible than this. And Kinzo trusted them more than his own relatives. But even they could not guess at his true motives.
親方様は一族のものでなくとも謎に挑む資格があると常々おっしゃっています。
The master always says that everyone has the right to try and solve the riddle, even if they aren't a member of his family. Okay, so now everybody has at least talked about this. So I think, yeah, we're getting there.
南條先生はいかがですか?
What about you, Dr. Nanjo?
いやいや、この老いぼれには少々難解が過ぎますな。
No, it's a little too difficult a puzzle for this senile old man.
実は以前、この碑文を手帳に記しましてな。
Actually, I once wrote this epitaph down on my notebook.
夜な夜な寝る前に挑んでみたのですが。
Night after night, I would try to solve it before going to sleep.
実に難しい。
But it really is hard.
お迎えが来るまでの間、ゆっくり楽しむことができそうです。
It looks like we might have some free time to relax and consider it before someone comes to get us.
源氏さんこそいかがですかね?
What do you say, Genji-san?
私めは親方様にお仕えする家具に過ぎません。
I am nothing more than furniture in service to the master.
黄金も財産も私には不要なもの。
Gold and assets are unnecessary to me.
やれやれ、本当に謙虚な方です。
You're very modest.
だからこそ、金蔵さんもあなたには心を許されるのでしょう。
I imagine that's why Kinzo-san trusts you. Kinzo only cares about Beatrice and liquor. Well, yeah, pretty much.
ならば光栄なことです。
If so, I am honored. As Nanjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph.
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown.
黄金鏡を目指す者よ。これを下りて鍵を探せ。
You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The epitaph of the portrait called My Beloved Witch Beatrice goes as follows. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Take a shot every time someone says that they are furniture. Okay, that would have been a rough start, but I don't think I would hear it that much often after that, but... I say that and then I would jinx myself. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. I never solved the epitaph's riddle when I played. I tried hard though. Oh boy, here we go. As you travel down, you will see... Let me also make sure I read that properly. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. Okay. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore of a two will tell you of. The two will tell you of, okay. There sleeps the key to the golden land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the golden land in accordance with these rules. Okay, let me save. This seems like a good save point. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, okay, so we're going by days then. Okay, on the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. The smart thing would be to write notes. The content play would be to just say fuck it. God, if I'm not here for content. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. I have a feeling I'm not going to get this. The epitaph will be written for you. Okay, good. All right, so I don't have to remember this. Okay, good. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. The note section of the pause screen barely sees any use besides being able to see the epitaph at any given point. Okay, nice. All right, so okay, I don't have to literally write down this whole thing. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. Excuse me? I'm making 2 kills on the same... On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive. Okay. Oh, it's the 6. Okay. So this is talking about, all right. So they're saying, I see. The 6 chosen as the key sacrifices. Those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Praise, okay. 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that makes 6. Okay. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasure once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. That sound means that it got updated. And here we go. I probably should have stopped here. Actually, no. I'm glad I didn't, because now the epitaph is going to be fresh. All right, where are we going? Just the 3 o'clock. I thought we would have gone a little further than that. Can we just not kill? I don't think that's gonna be a thing. Come on. You think you think on a game like this they're just not going to kill? It's like this is like booting up Danganronpa and being like, oh man, surely nobody will die. Or you know, like any other game where it's just like, oh man, we sent them to this isolated place where it's just these characters and there's something that everybody wants. Oh god, it's talking about the 2. Oh my god, it is. So on the 10th twilight, the journey ends. Kill your family for 20 billion yen. Lol. La Mayo even. And you reach the Golden Land. You really are diligent, Maria. You did a good job writing this all down. There is actually an edit of the first Danganronpa 2 opening where it's edited to have the UMINEKO characters. It would fit. Do they have 16? Do they? 1, 2, 3. There's 8, 11. Okay, they're a little over, but that's still fine. It'd still be funny nonetheless. They have 18. Now I have it stuck in my head. Why did you say it like that? Oh, Lamal like that? It's for two reasons. I'm trying really, really hard to no longer say it like there's a streamer by the name of Joseph Anderson who says Lamayo, and I try my hardest to not say that out loud. But I started adapting it for a while. So I'm forcing myself to say like Lamau instead. Blackjack says a lot of things wrong, like hanger. I do say hanger correct. It's hangar that you're saying that should be pronounced as hanger, which it is. Lamayo, yeah, Lamayo, yeah. Sorry, Mario was talking. I forget a lot, so I always write things down. Mama told me to. But yes, I used to, what was it, like, well, it had to have been like 5 years ago, we got into that discussion of if it's hangar or hanger. Drove me nuts hearing you. Oh, no, it was Ace Academy. That's what it was, yeah. Everybody hated that I pronounced it hangar and not hanger. And apparently, yes, it is hanger. No idea why they put an A there, but is what it is. Sorry, there was a notebook inside the handbag Mario was always carrying around. And Beatrice's epitaph was copied onto it. Okay, so let me actually see this. So they'll have it, I'm guessing under tips. Yep. Okay, cool. So nice. I know where to get it. Thanks to that, we were all able to challenge the puzzle of the epitaph while walking down the beach. Oh shit, we're getting started. Jessica and the rest had already tried to solve it several times and had already gotten bored with it. However, since this was the first for me, I was so excited that I couldn't stop. It really tickled my sense of adventure. Let's start with the first line. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. Vase. Aluminum. I know the British say aluminium. And for some reason, people who are wrong say vase, but yes, vase. Where's my grandfather's hometown again? I heard that before the war, the Ushiromiya family had a mansion near Odawara. Which makes you want to know which sweet fish river flows through Odawara, right? Yeah, because that river would be the starting place. Anyone searching for the Golden Land would head down that and search the key. Oh, right. I restarted my computer, and that's why my bot's not up. Hang on, I'm fixing that. It always happens to me. It's just like, oh yeah, like I have everything set up, and the one thing I forget about is chatbot. I'm gonna smack you with my wing. Then you, how about you? I'll keep you in like one of the cardboard boxes that I have here. I don't need to feed you, and then you make sure the bot's up. How about that? All right, the bot's up. You can have fun and embarrass me with whatever things I have said in the past 6 years. Yeah, because the river would be the starting place. Anyone searching for the Golden Land would head down that and search for the key. What's this river in Odawara? Does it have sweet fish swimming in it? Kawa is a river. You said a Jersey minute. That's like 2 sec. It really is. We do not fuck around. We do not fuck around. If you're looking for sweet fish in Odawara, it'd have to be Hayakawa.
渓流釣りで有名だよ。
It's famous for its mountain stream fishing.
マリア魚嫌い。
I hate fish. That's very funny considering your name.
マリアももう少し大きくなったらわかるぜ。
Maria, you'll understand when you get a bit older.
ああいうの塩焼きをベロベロベロってな。
Salty roasted sweet fish. Bitter, bitter, bitter.
うまいぜ。
Yummy.
さっき飯食ったばっかりだってのに、もう腹が減ってきちまうぜ。
Even though we just ate, I'm getting hungry again. Bludgeon them all. I don't like Battler, but I think he's gonna have plot armor. Oh yeah, he is. I smell it.
ビ
Mainly because
スケットでもお持ちしましょうか。
mainly because I'm positive we're Battler, so I'm like it starts off and we're Battler, so shall I bring you a biscuit?
What?
Huh?
ああ、悪い悪い。そんなつもりで言ったんじゃないぜ。気にすんな。
Oh, sorry. That's not what I meant. Don't mind it. Shannon-chan was faithfully keeping us company since she didn't have any chores, any afternoon chores for a while. I would have thought that since she was a servant, accompanying us would force her to take care of us and tire her out, but that didn't seem to be the case for her. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy joining in on the conversation with people close to her age. When I asked her, I heard that she was the sort of worker whose room and board were supplied by her employer. So normally the only person close to her in age was Jessica. Yeah, I can imagine how that might be pretty dull.
さて、小田原で愛の川って言えば早川だってことは分かった。
Okay, so I get that the sweet fish filled... Why is that so difficult to say? Sweet fish. Sweet fish. It's that TF. That does not roll off. So I get that the sweet fish filled river near Odawara is Hayakawa.
となりゃ下るしかねえよな。
In that case, we gotta go down it.
早川を下ると何があるんだろうな。
Do you find anything? Go down there and see. There's only one way to find out, my man. Do you find anything if you head down Hayakawa River?
下流に出て海に出ると思います。
If you follow it downstream, you'll arrive at the ocean.
そうさ。河口部に出る。
Of course. You'd reach the mouth of the river.
そして碑文の3行目には川を下ればやがて里ありとあるな。
And the third line of the epitaph was, as you travel down, you will see a village.
ちなみにそういう河口部は大抵大昔から輸送の要衝になってて大きな都市があるもんさ。
By the way, since long ago, the mouths of rivers have been key points in transportation, and large cities tend to be built there.
ここが次のチェックポイントだな。
That would be the next checkpoint.
なかなかいい筋だね。
That's a pretty good theory.
バトラ君の想像通り、そこは大昔にとても栄えたことだよ。
Just like you guessed, there's an old city there that was very prosperous in ancient
小
times.
田原城があるところだね。
That's where Odawara Castle is.
修学旅行で小田原城に行った気がします。
Oh, you want to go on another field trip? I think I might have gone to Odawara Castle on a field trip
素
once.
敵なお城でしたよ。
It really was a wonderful castle.
ああ、私も小田原城だったぜ。
Yeah, I also went there.
洋館に住んでてなんだが、やっぱり日本人は和風の方が落ち着くよな。
Even though I live in a Western style house, it's true that Japanese people feel calmer with the Japanese layout.
マ
Ooh,
リアお城退屈。
castles are boring. Yeah, I'm kind of with Mario.
遊園地がいい。
Theme parks are better. I will say castles from the outside look amazing in architecture. Then you get inside one and you're like, oh, it's just a giant house.
そうかそうか。よしよし。
Blackjack, on what basis are you saying that? I got to go to Scotland once, and so I've gotten to walk down the Royal Mile and see the castle, and you know, like they do like tours and stuff so you can see things. So the architecture on the outside and then like sitting in the stands where they do like their little like they can do like a little show and everything, that part's awesome. It's just actually like looking in there, it's just like, oh, I'm just looking at old rooms and artifacts. I see. Okay.
黄金を見つけたらこのバトラ様が気前よく遊園地を一日借り切って遊ばせてやるぜ。
Oh my god, did you just make an epitaph race joke, boyo? Oh my. I stopped questioning shit that you say a long time ago. Really? I can't believe that. As a matter of fact, I don't believe that. You do still question me from time to time. I see. Okay. If we find the gold, the great battler-sama will generously reserve a whole theme park for a day and let you play in it.
しかし
Still,
小田原城とはな
Odawara Castle, huh?
小田原城の隠し黄金
The hidden gold of Odawara Castle.
お
Oh?
こりゃなんだかいかにもって感じだよな
It's actually starting to sound pretty good.
まあ2年前の私たちもそこまでは行き着いたぜ。
Well, we figured out that much 2 years ago.
小田原で鮎の泳ぐ川を下った里。
The village down the river where the sweet fish swim in Odawara. Yeah, sea goose. There you go.
そこが多分小田原城あたりだろうってところまでは私たちも行き着いたさ。
We figured it was probably somewhere near Odawara Castle.
問題は次の行だろ
The problem is the next
う。
line.
さて、バトラの鎮推理はどこまで行けるか見ものだぜ。
Okay, let's see where Battler's strange reasoning can take him. Jessica grinned broadly. Why are we not moving? we need to go. Go. She seemed to be implying that she would have solved the puzzle long ago if it was that easy. Okay, so that's where she got stuck. Damn it. I'll definitely find it and keep it all for myself.
4行目
The fourth line.
その里にて二人が口にし岸を探れ
In that village, this line threw me off a little bit. Look for the shore of a two will tell you of.
二人ってのが何のことかわからねえがとにかく岸だな
I don't know what it means by the two, but anyway, the shore.
で岸ってなんだよ
What does it mean by the shore? No, wait.
岸って名前がつく地名でもあるのかな
I'm guessing I would know that in context in Japanese. Is there any place near there with shore or kishi in its name?
蘇我岸という地名が小田原にあるんだそうですよ。
I've heard there's a place called Soga Kishi in Odawara.
え
Huh?
おお
Oh,
詳しいな
you sure know a lot about it. She just said there's just a place. What do you mean she knows a lot about it?
ってことはなんだよ
Oh, I wonder if he's trying to use this charm to be like, oh, wow, you know that. Okay, well, then tell me more. What could that mean?
シャノンちゃんも黄金を狙って謎解きに挑戦してるんだな
Sharon-chan, are you trying to solve the riddle and get the gold too?
となりゃ俺たちはライバルだぜ
That makes us rivals.
別に黄金なんて興味は。
It's not like I'm interested in gold.
ただ以前にジョージ様から教えてもらっただけで。
It's just that George-sama told me about it before.
2年前の私たちも同じ推理に行き着いたってわけさ。
That's because we reached the same conclusion 2 years ago.
わざわざ地図を広げて調べたんだぜ。
We even went to the trouble of laying out a map and looking it up.
小田原城の北に5キロくらいだったかな
It was about 5 kilometers to the north of Odawara.
そこには確かに蘇我岸という地名があるよ
We definitely found a place called Sogakishi there.
でもそこからがわからないんだ
However, after that, we get stuck.
次の5行目にはその土地のどこに鍵があるかは記してない
The fifth line doesn't say where the key is hidden in that
マリア
place.
ちゃん読んでくれるかい
Okay.
そこに黄金鏡への
Oh, there sleeps the
鍵が
key to the
眠る。
golden land. Ugh.
読めた。
I could read it.
蘇我岸ったって広いだろうし、かつてそこに後宮家の家があったわけでもない。
Sogakishi is probably large, and there wasn't ever any house built there by the Ushiromiya family.
その広大な土地のどこかに鍵が隠されてて、納品取ってんじゃ。
Not
こい
much,
つはお手上げってわけだぜ。
not much we can do to find a key in such a vast area without any hints.
確かにな。
You're right.
鍵が手に入らないことにはその先の行に進めないぜ。
And without the key, we can't advance to the next
ジョージ
line.
兄貴、蘇我岸ってのはどんなとこなんだ？
George Aniki, what kind of place is Sogakishi?
さあね。
Let's see.
行ったことはないからわからないけど、地図によると山の中みたいだよ。
I've never been there, so I don't really know. But according to the map, it's in the mountains.
確か浅間山の山麓みたいだったね。
I'm pretty sure it was at the base of Mount Asama.
なんだかパッとしねえな。
You have to really think. Something doesn't feel right.
宝のありかを隠した謎ってのはもっとぴったりとはまるもんじゃねえのかよ。
You'd expect a riddle pointing to the way to hidden gold to be a bit more exact. I mean, but then it's not a riddle.
どうも蘇我岸ってのがそもそも間違いって気がするぜ。
I get the feeling that even the part about Sogakishi was a mistake.
私は蘇我岸を疑ってるぜ。
Well, I think it could be Sogakishi.
私たちが知らないだけで、例えばじい様の子供時代を過ごした家とかがあるかもしれないだろ。
It could be talking about some house that grandfather lived in when he was a kid that we don't know about.
一行目に懐かしき故郷をって行があるくらいだもんな。
Okay, so yeah, you really do have to start remembering back to that. Okay. So all of that conversation was actually for something. Not to say that it was, like, I didn't think that, but like, I was thinking that like there was some of that plot where it's like, okay, it's filler, but I definitely understood, okay, like the family lines and all that were like important. But now actually knowing the hometown stuff is important. Oops. And I say oops because I'm like, it was the part where I was like, okay, like, good to know this stuff, but like, what are the chances this is coming back up? Oops. So I'm gonna do my best with that.
シャノンはじい様によく酒とか継がされてたろ？
Shannon, you served grandfather alcohol and stuff lots of times, right?
昔話とか聞かされたことないのか？
Has he ever talked to you about his past?
親方様は昔の話はほとんどされません。
The master almost never speaks of the past.
ただ、後宮家が滅びかけた関東大震災について非常に人事のように話されることがありましたので。
However, he talks of the Great Kanto earthquake as though it was someone else's story.
関東地方よりずっと遠方にお住まいだったかもしれません。
So he may have been living far away from the Kanto area.
後宮本家は小田原に住んでたかもしれないけど、分家はその限りじゃなかったろうね。
The Ushiromiya family may have been living in Odawara, but not all of the branches' families were.
おじい様はよく自分のことを分家も分家、後継ぎに最も縁遠かった
Grandfather often called himself part of a branch family.
と言われるくらいだからね。
That's right, I remember that. The least connected to the successor.
ってことはつまり
And that means...
懐かしき故郷ってのがすでに小田原じゃない可能性もあるってことだな。
The beloved hometown might not even be Odawara at all.
じい様の故郷なんて聞いたこともないぜ。
I never heard anything about grandfather's hometown.
聞いても素直に教えちゃくれねえだろうしよ。
And I doubt he'd actually tell me if I asked.
懐かしき故郷というのが後宮家のルーツを指さないのであれば、小田原説は初めから間違ってることになっちゃうね。
If the so-called beloved hometown isn't referring to the Ushiromiya family roots, then the Odawara theory is wrong from the beginning.
もちろん蘇我岸の疑いが晴れたわけじゃないけれども、
Of course, this doesn't completely remove the possibility that it was Sogakishi.
例えば幼少の頃を小田原で過ごし、その後遠方へ引っ越した可能性もあるだろうし。
For example, perhaps he lived in Odawara when he was very young, but then moved far away later.
おお。
Oh,
さっきから何の話かわかんない。
I don't understand what you're all talking about.
おお。
Maria had been completely left out of the conversation, and she now sat puffing out her cheeks in boredom.
つまりだな。
So basically,
黄金すごろくの最初のスタート地点が決まらないことには
if we can't even agree on a starting point for this dice game of gold, we're totally stuck. But wait.
いや待てよ。最初の5行で見つかるのは鍵だろ。
After the first 5 lines, the thing we end up finding is a key, right?
鍵なんてなくても扉はぶち壊して入ることだってできるはずだぜ。
I mean, but like, what kind of door are we talking about, though, Battler? I mean, like, even if you don't have a key, it's always possible to bust through a door.
とりあえず最初の5行をすっ飛ばしてその先の推理に入ってもいいんじゃねえか。
All right. I need reel it back in a little bit. Can't we just skip the first 5 lines and start figuring out the rest?
おお、
Oh.
その発想はなかったぜ。
See, this is how you invoke a witch's curse.
まあいいや、どうせ暇つぶしなんだ。
I hadn't thought of that. Oh well, we're just wasting time anyway.
続きを聞かせろよ。
Let's
バ
hear
トラの推理。
Let's hear the rest of the battler's reasoning.
でもその先からは急に物騒になるんですよね。
Yeah, it does. We start killing people. Shana-chan frowned slightly. After looking back at Mario's notebook to recall what was written there, yeah, I was forced to agree.
第1の番に鍵の選びし6人を生贄に捧げよう。
On the first twilight offer of the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
いきなり物騒になるな。
Sure does get horrible quickly.
第2の番には寄り添う2人を引き裂けときたもんだ。
On the second twilight, it says to tear apart the 2 who were close.
恋仲を破談させるのか。
Does that mean to make them break off their loving relationship?
文字通り引き裂くという意味なのか。
Or does it mean to literally tear them apart?
わかりかねるけど、どっちにせよ気持ちの悪い話だぜ。
I don't know, but either way, it's pretty disgusting.
その第2の番の解釈を別にしても、第1の番に6人。
Even if we set that second line aside, it mentions 6 people for the first
第4の
twilight,
番から第8の番までで5人。
and then 5 people for the 4th through 8th twilights.
少なく見積もっても、11人が生贄にされなきゃならない。
So at least 11 people must be sacrificed. He dies. You have 17. 6. Oh yeah, everybody here is dying. Everyone here is dying. Okay. Well, I didn't mean to just circle. I meant to circle like everyone. Oh, everyone's dying then. If that's the math, then he's not going. So that leaves you with 17. And if we're doing one every night, that eventually boils you down to 1. 6 people for the first twilight, then 5 for the 4th, so at least 11. Well, no, that's not necessarily true. So that gets you to a final 6. Hey Kinzo, couldn't you just hit the goal without people having to kill each other? No. Then we don't have a game. Ugh. Their sacrifices to revive Beatrice.
なるほど。魔女復活のための生贄か。
I see. Sacrifices to restore the witch.
そういう解釈にもなるな。
Yeah, that's what it means.
その結果、第9の番に魔女が蘇って、
Near the end, the witch will be revived in the 9th twilight.
最後は極めつけだな。
That last part is guaranteed.
第9の番に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
Yeah. Before I die, I must create a killing game. Yeah, just because.
結局はみんな死んでしまいます。
So everyone will die in the end.
それでようやく次の第10の番にゴールってことになってんな。
And after that, the 10th twilight is the goal line.
みんな死んじまうのに黄金鏡へ至るだろうって言われても困ったもんだぜ。
Not sure how you're supposed to reach the golden land if everyone's dead by then. Well.
鍵を手に旅に出た当人も生き残れないに含めるのかどうかは解釈の分かれるところだね。
Depending how you interpret it, the traveler who holds the key may or may not be included in the none shall be left alive part.
しかしよ、最後のところには面白いことが書いてあるぜ。
Oh, I know, Goose. Yeah, no, I know that line. Yeah. But at the end, there's something pretty interesting.
ゴールした後、
I don't know if I have that voice in me today. I was actually surprised. Like Sunday, I sounded really raspy. Today, I don't sound as raspy, but I can't. High pitch is not great today. There's something pretty interesting after reaching the goal.
魔女からもらえる4つの宝の行だよ。
The witch gives out 4 treasures.
1つは全ての黄金。
One shall be all the
問
gold.
題は次だ。
The problem is the next one.
全ての死者の魂を蘇らせるとあるぜ。
It says the dead souls will be resurrected, right?
みんな死んじまったっていうのとかけてるような気がしねえか。
Doesn't that sound like it means everyone who died in the earlier lines?
それを言われれば、次の失った愛すらも蘇らせる
If you put it like that, then the part about reviving lost love
第二の晩の寄り添いし二人を引き裂けにかけているようにも見えますね。
might refer to the pair torn apart on the second twilight.
そうだね。
That's right.
そして4つ目も第9の晩にかけてある。
And the fourth one refers to the ninth twilight.
第9の晩に蘇った魔女を4つ目の宝が再び眠りにつかせている。
The fourth treasure is putting the witch revived on the ninth twilight to sleep.
好意的に解釈すりゃ
If we put a happy spin on all of this, and we won't,
死んだり別れさせたりと忙しいが最後には全部チャラになるわけだな。
it'll be questions. It'll be hectic with people dying and breaking up all over the place, but it'll all be made right in the end. I mean, are you cool with dying, Jessica? I mean, you know.
目覚めた魔女も再び眠るし、手元にはたっぷりの黄金だけが残るって寸法だぜ。
The awakened witch will sleep again, and everything will be like it was at the start, except with a huge pile of gold.
死んだり蘇らせたり別れさせたりくっつかせたりと、
Honestly-
魔女様はお忙しいこったね。
Honestly, if someone told me I'd be brought back to life after being killed, I still don't think I would like being killed. You're still not killing me. The witch must be pretty busy. What, with all the killing, reviving, breaking up, and reuniting people?
ついでに起きたり眠ったりな。
Not to mention waking up and sleeping.
やれやれ。せっかくの隠し黄金の話も魔女の話が絡んじまうと急にうさんくさくなっちまうぜ。
Sheesh, just when the tale of the hidden gold was getting interesting, it all gets pretty dubious once the witch starts showing up.
違いないな。
It's too true. I laughed along with Jessica. After all, the idea of a witch was just too ridiculous. Of course, once we started laughing like that, Maria, who believed in the witch, got angry. Oh, she's gonna become the witch. I'm calling it now. She's gonna become the witch. Either that or like Beatrice actually does exist and will just be revived and be. But like I feel like Maria is gonna like end up like channeling her or some shit. Like I smell it.
魔女はすごい。
The witch is incredible.
魔法で何でもできる。
She can do anything with magic.
殺すことも、
Even kill.
生き返らせることも、
Even bring back to life. Like
愛を与えることも、奪うことも。
even give love. Even take it.
空も飛べるし、姿を透明にできるし、黄金もパンも生み出せる。
She can fly in the sky, can become invisible, can even make golden bread out of nothing. You heard her. She said, ooh, ooh, ooh.
いけね。
It's magic. Dang.
悪い悪い。冗談だよ。
My bad. We were just joking. It's just a joke. Just a prank, bro. Sis. The camera's right over there. Jessica apologized, sticking out her tongue, but Maria didn't accept it. Yeah, she can see through your lies. She grabbed her notebook back out of my hands and opened up to some other pages, trying to prove the witch existed. Those pages had colorful drawings of witches on them, and well conveyed the fantastical image Maria had of witches. It wasn't the normal sinister image of a crooked-nosed hag flying around on a broom with green skin and a ridiculous hat and a broom. Sorry, they already said the broom. But a dreamlike person with unnatural powers who could do anything and wore a beautiful dress. It was just what you'd expect from an imaginative young girl. Flitting through the sky, crossing a rainbow, the reading rainbow, dancing around all night with a teacup and a teapot that would never get empty no matter how much you poured out of it. With a flourish of her staff, the stars in the sky would become candy and pour down, and flowers that produced sweets would bud by the roadside. To Maria, witches were the only concept that could embody the magical dream that so captivated her. As she grew older, it was the last remaining thing that could give riches to her dull and plain everyday life of being rich. That's why Maria believed in witches. She didn't want that dream of hers to be tarnished. That's why she didn't want anyone to tarnish the epitaph, which affirmed the existence of witches, because the witch named Beatrice is Maria's dream.
マリアちゃんにとっては、これは黄金の隠し場所を示すものじゃなくて、
to Maria-chan, the epitaph isn't a guide to the hidden gold,
魔女を蘇らせるための魔法なんだって。
but magic to revive the witch. So it was the single link between Maria and the witch. Maria was very angry and clung to George Aniki. Jessica and I scratched our heads and apologized. Yeah, it might not be possible to smooth things over like that, like the time she got mad in front of the portrait. Maria didn't seem willing to be easily consoled. Unlike Jessica and I, who hung our heads wondering what to do, Shannon-chan timidly opened her mouth. I really need to stop drinking water before I speak.
Maria-sama, ご存知ですか?
Maria-sama, did you know?
私たち使用人の間では、ベアトリーチ様の怪談が語り継がれているんですよ。
There's a ghost story about Beatrice that has been passed down among the servants. Oh. そうだっけ? Yeah, that's right.
シャノン、聞かせてやれよ。
Shannon, tell us about it.
私は知らないんだけど、使用人の間じゃかなり有名な話らしいぜ。
I don't really know, but it's apparently pretty famous among the servants.
何の話だ?
What is this?
怪談?
A ghost story?
うん。
Yes. Have you ever heard of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Fun fact, I did not know this until I kind of fell in love with her. One of my first big crushes in high school was Alicia Cuthbert, because of the movie The Girl Next Door, the 2014 one. 2014? No, it would have been 2004. The 2004 movie. I did not realize that she was actually in I think in some of the episodes of Are You Afraid of the Dark? If anybody remembers the old Nickelodeon campfire show where like all the kids would gather around, they would tell like spooky stories and stuff. Yeah, fun little fact. Sorry, that took me back for a minute. Yes.
僕たちが生まれる前からある話らしいね。
It seems the story from before we were born.
母さんにも話を聞かされたことがあるよ。
I also heard about it from my mother.
はい。
Yes.
この島にお屋敷が建てられてからずっと語り継がれている話です。
It has been passed down since the time of the mansion's construction.
当時の使用人たちはお屋敷には昼と夜で違う主がいるとささやき合っていたそうです。
The servants of that time whispered that the mansion had two masters, one of the day and one of the night. The tale that Shannon told was just like a typical campfire ghost story. If there was a forest with a witch living inside it, then of course the witch would come pay the mansion a visit from time to time. At some point, this ghost story naturally sprouted up between the servants.
ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか。
When people do the rounds a second time to check doors, windows, and locks that were supposedly closed, they find some of them left open.
消したはずの明かりがついていたり、
Lights that were supposed to be off or turned on.
つけたはずの明かりが消えていたり、
And lights that were supposed to be on went out.
置いたはずのものがなくなっていたり。
Things left lying around would disappear. I mean, there's no way it's just Kinzo's drunkenly like stumbling around and just doing this.
置いた覚えのないものが置かれていたり。
And things would appear when no one had any memory of putting them there.
そういうことがあるたびに古い使用人たちは魔女が姿を消してお屋敷を訪れいたずらをしていったのだろうとささやき合ったそうです。
When any of these things happened, the old servants would say the witch had visited the mansion, invisible, and was playing pranks. Don't you play jokes on me. See, she exists. Beatrice exists. Yeah, she exists.
私も昔よく登校の時に限ってカバンが見つからなかったりしたもんだぜ。
Long ago, it was always right before leaving for school that I wasn't able to find my bag and stuff. Maria puffed out her chest with a ooh, as though this was final proof of the witch's existence. Isn't it the wildest thing when it's like for instance, like I couldn't find my college hoodie for the longest time, right? And I'm like, I wore it one day. I know I put it somewhere, right? There's no way I just don't have this anymore. And I didn't find it until 7 months later, and it was like buried underneath like, it was just like, I for some reason, there was a blanket I was like getting rid of, and I had a new one, and I didn't realize that like my hoodie was just underneath it. I hate it when I like lose socks or lose like clothing that like I really want to rewear again, and then it's just like it's the dumbest place I could have put it, and I just don't know where it is for months. I'm gonna start blaming that on witches now. It was the point I was getting to. If I opened my mouth, Mario would probably be hurt again, so I didn't. I feel stupid. Does Jessica go to school every day via a boat ride if she lives here on our island? She's homeschooled. That's a joke. I'm not serious. I don't know if that's the truth or not. I mean, you hear this kind of story everywhere. Depending on the place, they might blame it on a dwarf or an elf. The only difference is that they call it a witch on this island. Of course, walking around a vast, elegant mansion at night would be a little unsettling. They do address that later. Okay, cool. It's an island devoid of people. Since the mansion is so drafty, walking around on the night of a thunderstorm would certainly be eerie. Yeah, because that was a fair question, but I also genuinely didn't know. But cool, if they get to it later, they get to it later.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も。
In addition, some servants have also seen will-o'-the-wisp and glittering butterflies dancing around.
カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。
Kanon-kun also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night. Hello! Long time no see, Poppy. How are you? I'm so cute and tiny. I'm in VTuber form. I still have that much hair. I probably actually genuinely have more hair than that. But hello, welcome on in. How are you? How's Jolly? How have you been? It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well.
あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。
And recently you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight.
私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうとささやき合ってるんですよ。
We've whispered together that the Beatrice Sama in the portrait. Oh, never mind. That does actually make sense. I started laughing at that and then I read. In the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. I missed you. I'm kind of sick right now. Well, I hope you feel better. But this is a great comfort. Jolly's good. Awesome. Yeah, we're I don't know if you've ever heard of or seen UMINEKO before, but yeah, I'm actually playing through it for the first time because it was highly suggested, and it seems a lot of people really love this visual novel. So I figured, well, if it's a cult classic, why not play it? I started watching the anime, but didn't finish it for some reason. I've heard mixed things about the anime, but I'm kind of like that about there are some visual novels where I'm kind of like, I'll watch the anime, and I usually like the anime more, but PNG Jack seems to be forever. It's just, it's easier to do. I don't have to get a webcam up and then go like, hi, I'm here. Like, I haven't put up my green screen in weeks. The UMINEKO anime has a banger open, but it's not a good adaptation. Yeah, anime is rough. They only made it for the first 4 episodes, so they don't know the solution and couldn't focus on the right things. I see. Yeah, because after questions, there's the answers arc. So I do know that there's more to come with this. That's probably why I dropped it. That would make sense. And recently you often heard oh, never mind. I did read this. It happened a while ago. But even I have heard footsteps while patrolling at night that resembles these stories. Like, the anime is so rushed that you still haven't reached the point where the first episode of the anime ends at? Jeez. Well, if let's say the anime is like 22 minutes running time usually, how did they address everything like this within that period? If that's impossible, there's no way.
Phew.
That's scary. That's the neat thing. They don't. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Poppy, are you still streaming these days? I know I follow you, but I feel like I haven't seen like your name pop up in a while. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Beatrice-sama is another ruler of the mansion, separate from the master. So there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad.
ただし、敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
I haven't been for a while. Work's kept me busy. I'm gonna start Fallout New Vegas. That has gotten like a resurgence since Fallout 76 started showing, or they released Fallout 76, the actual like Amazon series. I don't know if it's Fallout 76 or what the actual name of it is, but I've been seeing that a lot. So yeah, if you do stream it, I'll definitely drop by. However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right? Correct. I've heard that just before I began working here, someone who spoke badly about Beatrice Sama fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back. There was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought down upon this person. Oh. Anger will definitely be brought down on Battler and Jessica. Ugh. Alright, I'm sorry. I don't want her anger brought down upon me. I apologize, Maria. Of course, I also apologize to the witch. Please forgive an outsider's nonsense. I wonder if I should put Fallout on the list too. Cause that's a classic game that like I haven't played. I played 3 but never New Vegas. I'll apologize as well. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Will the witch be able to forgive us now? Yeah, Maria. I mean Maria. Don't know. Witches are fickle, so they forgive when they want to and don't when they don't. Oh. If you do, Jolly can probably recommend some quality of life mods. Nice. Okay, I'll need to hit him up then if I pull the trigger on that.
Maria-chan, バトラ君とジェシカちゃんがベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れないようにする。
That's so good,
いいおまじな
Maya-chan.
いとかないかな。
Isn't there some kind of good luck charm that could prevent Battler-kun and Jessica-chan from suffering Beatrice-sama's wrath?
何か 魔除けとかさ。
Maybe something that can block against magic. By relying on Maria, who was proud of knowing the most about witches, George was trying to revive her self-esteem. Man's been playing his cards right, and that's why I'm kind of like, I don't know, bruh. Starting to feel kind of sussy. Once again, I've got to admire his ability to calm kids down. After taking a moment to cross her arms and seriously ponder whether there might be a charm that could save us, there we go, she started flipping through the pages in her notebook. I thought it was just a scribbled diary. There also seemed to be quite a few pages that looked like they'd come down from a book of black magic. Maria solemnly considered a group of these pages which contained things like that looked like magic circles. Apparently, grandfather wasn't the only one with a black magic hobby. When Maria finally found what she was looking for, she snapped the notebook shut and threw it into her handbag. She then began fishing through that bag's contents. There seemed to be various jumbled up things in there. After a while, she took out various pieces of junk, although they were probably important magical items to Maria, and repeatedly threw them back in, saying they were wrong. It was all a little humorous, just like when I'm guessing that's supposed to be Doraemon, took out the wrong tool. Finally, she seemed to discover what she was looking for. In this chat, we don't trust guys with big circle glasses that fog up quick. No, we do not. With a face that was unimaginably cheery when compared to the intense expression she had worn until now. She held those out to Jessica and me. I grabbed it and saw that it was a very cheap-looking charm. It looked like a bracelet made from a plastic rosary with scorpion-themed metal attached. All right, everybody, say your say your Hail Marys. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now until the hour of our death. Amen. Haven't you ever seen those cheap Zodiac theme accessories? The kind you might win in a crane game at an arcade. Maria gives me vibes that she's going to turn out to be some ultra sadist. And I'm telling you, like, yeah, I like, you gotta beware. Good, we're definitely safe now. Have you ever seen those cheap Zodiac themed accessories, the kind you win in a crane game at an arcade? It really looked like something like that. There were two of them. Probably one for me and one for Jessica. However, the very fact that there were two of them made them feel even more cheap, more like cheap manufactured goods, making it pretty hard to think of them as magical items. You're giving these to me and Battler? With these charms, you don't even have to worry about Beatrice. Because scorpions have the power to ward off magic. That's how that works? Huh? Really? I've never heard that before in my life. Didn't know scorpions could do that. Battler doesn't believe. Me neither, yeah. I was like... I said too much and angered Maria again. Maria took out her notebook again. Pointing out various pages as she went on and on about how the scorpion had such incredible holy power that it had been used in magic-repelling magical circles since ancient times. I've heard about that from some of the other young servants. Something about how the scorpion is drawn as a magic-repelling symbol in sorcery. Huh? Really? Ooh. The scorpion protects against bad magic and calamity. An emerald brings peace to the heart. Therefore, its effects are twofold. It's true. A scorpion wraps around the emerald and protects it. Yes, that certainly does sound like it worked well. I really wanted to make fun of those worthless looking charms, but now I can't. But as I watched Maria explaining with all of her heart and realized that she found them for our sakes, I started to feel like it might actually work, even if it was just a prize for some games from some game center. The material quality of the charm didn't matter. What mattered was the strength of her feelings. Even if I don't think of myself as the sort of loser who'd laugh at something like that. Okay, thank you.
ベアトリーチェ様には謝ったけどよ。万が一たたりがある時でも。
I apologize to Beatrice-sama, but even if I do end up getting cursed, I'll be safe now thanks to Maria's charm.
な、ジェシカ。
Right, Jessica?
ああ、そうだぜ。
Yes, that's right.
ありがとうな、マリア。
Thanks, Maria.
心に平安が欲しいときは腕につける。
Wear it on your arm when you want your heart to be at
お財布に
peace.
入れるとお金が減らなくなる。
Put it in your wallet and your money won't decrease. Now she's a rapper.
ドアノブにかけておくと悪いものが入ってこられなくなる。
If you hang it in from a doorknob, bad things can't get
便利
in.
なお守り。
It's a really convenient charm.
それはすごい効能ですね。
What an incredible effect.
マリア様が自信を持って進めるお守りならきっと頼もしいものと思います。
If Maria-sama gives it her confident seal of approval, then it surely must be reliable. Shannon-chan clapped her hands together and Maria stuck out her chest. That made a sound, right? Okay, maybe it didn't. She was totally in a good mood again. It's probably best if we let her lead the conversation a bit longer, if it'll keep her in such a good mood. Come to think of it, she looked a bit bored when we were getting excited about the hidden goal, probably because she couldn't keep up. While eating the cookies Kumasawa-san had baked, Jessica and I asked Maria this and that about black magic. Are you hearing voices in your head? I mean, yeah, it's usually my own thoughts. Maria happily, it's the witch. The witch is talking to me. That's what's happening. Maria happily chatted away in response to our questions. Each time George Aniki and Shannon-chan would act surprised or chime in. The clouds in the sky grew darker and darker, but we cousins really enjoyed communicating freely after a year of separation. Damn, we're doing the dinner too before we go to the island? I thought we would have been going by now.
今、額にポタって来なかったかい?
Did I just feel a drop on my forehead?
What?
Huh? Does she need to spook the house first? I'm not
どうだ
sure.
ろうな。
Huh, I wonder. As George Aniki rubbed his forehead, he looked up at the sky. Obviously I'm not asking for an answer, but it's me just kind of like, Considering the color of the sky and the dampness of the air, it wouldn't have been odd for a raindrop to hit him. The wind also seemed to have grown a bit stronger.
マリアポタッと来ない。
Oh, she feels left out. I didn't feel a drop.
マリアだけ来ない。
Only I didn't. Ooh.
安心しろ。俺にも来ねえぜ。
Don't worry, neither did I.
それに今夜になれば誰にも等しく大雨が降るだろうよ。
Anyway, I'm sure it'll rain so much tonight that everyone will get to feel plenty of raindrops.
そうだね。
That's right. We're already at that island. What do you mean? Oh, wait, Oh, I'm talking about, what I meant was, I would have thought that we would have started looking for the treasure is what I meant. They were talking about like, oh, it'll probably look like this way, and it'll. I misspoke when I said that. That's right.
そろそろ引き上げた方がいいかな。
Maybe we should head back soon. Are we talking about the deal or no deal island? Is that a thing? Shannon-chan looked down at her watch. It was probably well into the evening by now.
もう仕事に戻る時間かよ。
Is it already time for you to return to your work?
はい。
Yes.
皆様と一緒で楽しい時間を過ごさせていただきました。
Thank you very much.
ありがとうございました。
for allowing me to enjoy some time together with you all.
熊沢さんにクッキーをごちそうさまって伝えてね。
Tell Kumasawa-san thank you for the cookies.
さあみんな、片付けを手伝おう。
Okay, everyone, help out with the cleanup. Shannon-chan declined our help, saying that this was a servant's job, but picking up a dropped fork before the waitress has to... Oh, I see. But picking up a dropped fork before the waitress has to is like my purpose in life. We folded up the blanket, gathered up the trash, and helped clean everything up. I did kind of forget that they were on a picnic. The trash is getting away.
そいつは逃がさないぜ。
I won't-
マリアより先にいただきだ。
I won't let it escape. I'll grab it before Maria does. I'll grab it.
マリア、靴を濡らすなよ。怒られるぜ。
Don't get your shoes wet. You'll get in trouble. To Maria, chasing after some trash sent flying by the powerful winds was just another game. And then the winds just lifted her up into the air. By the time we finished, the wind was blowing pretty strongly. Probably a good time to head back.
皆様のおかげで助かりました。
You've all helped me out a lot.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
もう本当に時間がないみたいだね。
It looks like you're really out of time.
先に戻っていいよ。
It's okay if you head back first. George, on to keep perceived from her hurried appearance that very little of her free time was left.
源氏さん、時間には厳しい人だからな。
Genji-san's very strict about time.
定時に持ち場についてないと厳しそうだぜ。
If you don't show up where you're supposed to be at the right time, I bet I'll be pissed.
また後でね。
Well, see you later.
お仕事頑張ってね。
Do your best with your work.
はい。
Yes.
それでは失礼させていただきます。
Then, if you'll excuse me. After making a respectful bow, Shannon-chan ran towards the rose garden.
じゃあ、俺たちもゲストハウスへ戻ろうぜ。
Okay, let's head back to the guest house.
テレビでも見て、くつろがせてもらうさ。
We can watch TV or something and relax a little.
テレビ見る。
Wanna watch TV?
テレビ見る。
Wanna watch TV? Ooh.
なら決まりだな。
Then it's decided.
戻ってみんなで一緒にテレビでも見ようぜ。
Let's all head back and watch television together. Maria, who wasn't done having fun, agreed once television was mentioned. We climbed up the gentle stairs and returned to the rose garden. Do-do-do-do. Uh-oh. The wind had... Can't wait for the Blackjack Ooh compilation. Oh no, is this... Don't go back to episode 2. Oh, that reminds me. I also need to start getting VODs of this. I'm gonna start uploading back to my my YouTube channel for you guys as well. I've been doing a very, very bad job of doing that, and I want to make sure that you guys have the previous streams so that if you want to rewatch and see anything, that it's all there. I do have everything from 999. I was about to ask if the VODs are being preserved. Let me actually check real quick. I'm gonna look on my channel. Oh, if I'm only at episode 4, I definitely should have... I should definitely be able to go back to episode 1. I can. Good. Yeah, because I did episode 1 last week, so that's only been 8 days ago. Okay, cool. So I still do have... I can go back and get the VODs for 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's fine. So I can actually start preserving the series. I do have the VODs for 999. I'll probably start uploading those. But yes, I need to start doing that for UMINEKO as well. So awesome. And maybe I'll start posting like the shorts that I put on the Discord on the actual channel too, because that would be fun. YouTube in the year of 2024. I mean, yeah. The wind had grown very strong and roses shook throughout the garden like ripples on the water. This might be our last chance to see these beautiful roses. I bet tonight's typhoon ruins them.
バラ、今夜の風でやられちまうかもしれないな。
These roses might be done in by tonight's winds.
そうだな。
You're right.
バラたちもラッキーだったと思うぜ。
Still, I think the roses were pretty lucky.
台風の前にバトラたちを歓迎できたんだからよ。
After all, they got to welcome all of you before the typhoon.
花はいつか必ず散る。
Okay, that's quite a line to say here. All flowers lose their petals eventually.
でもだからこそ咲き誇る今をめでることができるんじゃないかな。
But that means we can admire them more when they're in bloom.
そうだな。
That's right.
マリアもよく目に焼き付けとけ。
Maria, burn this image into your eyes.
今この瞬間が今年で一番のバラなんだぜ。
At this moment, they're the best roses of the year.
目に焼き付ける。
Burned in 2 eyes. Right then, Maria suddenly clapped her hands. It looked like she remembered something.
マリアのバラ、
My rose.
台風で飛ばされちゃう。
The typhoon will send it flying. Ugh.
ああ、ジョージの兄貴に目印のリボンをつけてもらった。あの元気のないバラか？
Oh, you mean that sad-looking rose George on a key marked with a ribbon? Oh, yeah, I completely forgot about that. Maria apparently remembered where the rose was. She ran at full speed, and she's gonna fly off into the wind now. The rest of us followed her. Yeah, because this is the rose that doesn't have any thorns or anything, so they marked it as like a safe one to pick. Oh.
あれはどこだったっけな。
Where was that again? Uh-oh, it's not here.
確かこの辺だったと思ったぜ。
I'm sure it was somewhere around here. She's gonna lift off like Harry Poppins? Mary Poppins. Yes, Harry Poppins and Mary Potter. We searched everywhere around that area, but it was only a single flower among all the roses after all. Even though we knew it was somewhere close by, we weren't able to find it. The winds making up the typhoon's front lines made roses throughout the garden undulate. It was almost like it was teasing us by making the location of Maria's rose impossible to find.
ここじゃなかったかな。
Maybe it wasn't here.
少し手分けをして探してみようか。
Let's try spreading out a bit in our search.
そうだな。
Sounds good.
人海戦術で行こうぜ。
Let's go for strength in numbers.
ん？
Huh?
なんだよマリア。
What's up, Maria? As we made to split up and search, Maria tugged on my jacket with an unhappy face. You could tell she didn't want us to leave that spot.
なんだよ、どうした？
What is it? What's wrong? Oh,
マリアのバラはここなの。
my rose is here.
ここにある
It's here.
の。でも現にないぜ。
But it's actually not, right?
この花壇の裏側だったかもな。
Maybe it was on the other side of the flower bed.
みんなで探せば早いぜ。
If we all look, we'll find it first. We'll find it fast, okay? Sorry, I took my glasses off for a second. That's why I was like hesitating to read. There we go.
ここなの。
It's here.
マリアのバラはここなの。
My rose is here.
探して。
Look for it.
探して。
Look for it. This'll end well. Maria stomped her feet in irritation. She pointed at that spot and said it was definitely there, but in actuality it wasn't. Even so, Maria got mad when we said we were going to search elsewhere. We were at a loss for what to do. For a while, we had to stay near Maria to pretend to search through that rose thicket. Not here. Not here. Not here. Are you about to become a witch? Maybe she's saying that it should be here, but isn't? Maria became increasingly irritated.
参ったな。
Oh, man.
マリアがすっかり機嫌を損ねちまったぞ。
Maria's really losing her temper. Can't wait for her to just say the word rosebud before she disappears.
マリアはたまにすごくどうでもいいことを気にし始めちゃうんだよ。
Sometimes Maria really starts to... Sometimes Maria starts to really care about really pointless stuff.
それがどうにかなるときはいいんだけど。
If she gets what she wants, that's okay, but...
ないものは探せないしね。
You can't find something that isn't there.
困ったな。
That's not good. Just when we were at a loss of what to do, Maria called out in a loud voice. Oh. Okay. We could see Aunt Rosa in the direction Maria was waving her hand. Maybe she wanted to look at the garden one more time before the typhoon came. There's a typhoon coming. Or maybe, guys, maybe we should just get out of here. Or maybe she had some business at the guest house. Aunt Rosa was coming from the mansion. She quickly noticed her daughter's voice and came over.
あらあら。どうしたのみんな。
My, what happened, everyone?
何か探し物なの
Are you looking for something?
探して
Look for it.
ママもマリアのバラを探して
Mama, you look for my rose too.
マリアのバラって
Your rose?
この辺に元気のないバラを一つ見つけて、それに目印をつけたんです。
That's right. It wasn't that it didn't have thorns. It was that it wasn't doing well. That's right. And marked it.
飴玉かなんかの包み紙でキュッと。
We tied a candy wrapper around it.
しかしマリア、確か俺の記憶が正しけりゃ、すぐ手前の目立つところに生えてたはずだぜ。
But Maria, if I remember correctly, it was growing right in front and really stood out, didn't it?
足が生えてどこかに行っちまったんじゃなきゃ、他の場所だったと思うぜ。
Unless it grew legs and ran off somewhere, it must have been somewhere else.
マリアの記憶違いじゃないのか
Maybe you remembered it wrong. Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna go well with her.
ここなの
Ooh, it is here.
ここなの
It is here.
パトラが信じてくれない
Battler doesn't believe. You're gonna be believing soon.
その言うのをやめなさいって何度言ったらわかるの
How many times do I have to tell you to stop saying ooh before you'll understand?
ママも探してあげるから静かにしなさい
Mama will look for it, so stay quiet. I've never seen Aunt Rosa be anything other than kind and gentle, so her anger surprised me a bit. Yeah, even I'm kind of thrown off by this. Mama had enough ooh-woo. She done heard it for too long. It's like when your mom gets mad at you because, like, you know, you've been playing, like, you know, like sometimes you're a kid, you're just entertained by repetitive, funny things. So it's like when, you know, like you maybe repeat like a meme or like something that you've heard like over and over again. Your mom is like, just shut up. I'm tired of hearing that. Like that's what that very much came off like. Aunt Rosa began searching as well, so we went along with her for the time being. But we were already more than sure that it wasn't around here. That was me. That was me too. Oh. Okay, this will be embarrassing. I used to actually be able to recreate Pokemon sounds as a kid. And I'm dead serious. This is not a joke. I had a friend that, when I was in elementary school, whenever like she would either come to my house or I would go to her house, and by house I mean apartment, we would communicate to each other in Pikachu noises, and it would drive my mom like absolutely fucking insane. And yeah, no, dead serious. I would just be like making it just, I I can't do it anymore because I don't think my voice really goes that high. Just it's like Pika Pika Pikachu, like, and we would just do that all, like that was just the way that for some reason we would be able to make like heads or tails out of what we were saying. Like it would make sense to us, but like our parents would just be like, all right, whatever, whatever, sure. But like if we did it for too long, my mom would especially be very annoyed by it. Or like this kid who kept clicking the button on their pen and would never stop. Yeah, I used to play with the straw whenever we get McDonald's or something. Oh yeah, because you could make like the. Well, that just sounds rough, but yeah, like you can make sounds like that, and your parents would just be like, "All right, enough."
こ
The rose isn't here.
他の場所の間違いじゃない。
Did you mistake this place for somewhere else?
これだけたくさんのバラがあるんだから。
There are so many roses around. That's wrong. No, that's wrong. Oh, did she slap her? Oh, no, she's probably just stamping her foot on the ground. It is here. Mama doesn't believe. I already believed you and looked hard for it, didn't I? But it isn't here. Maria just cold cocks her mom. That's actually what I thought happened for a second. I thought that she just wound up and said, Mom. But it is here. Oh boy. It is here, but it isn't. Then someone must have ripped it out. Anyway, stop saying ooh. I could hear what she said. I didn't need the translation. I felt that. She was like ooh, like she even mocked it. Dude, she said no, you won't get this ooh. Who ripped out my rose? Who did it? Give it back. Give it back. How should I know? Yeah, I don't think that's helping, Rosa. Stop it. Stop saying ugh. Oh, okay, it happened. All right, okay, all right, we okay. Oh, we actually did. Okay, all right. Aunt Rosa slapped Maria's left cheek with her palm. In that instant, Maria was shocked into silence. Of course, it was only for an instant. When Maria realized that her wish was being rejected, she started yelling even louder. I'm sure this will go well, I said with zero confidence. My rose. My rose. Didn't I tell you to stop that weird habit? That's why all the kids in your class make fun of you. Yeah, this, oh geez, wow, this sent me back. Yep, this is me and the Pikachu noises where they're like, yeah, this is why they make fun of you. Stop doing that stupid shit. Yep, huh? Cut it out. Once again, her palm slapped Maria's cheek. This time she didn't go silent. She choked as she started crying and began to bawl in an increasingly loud voice. Aunt Rosa was clearly irritated and lifted her hand once more to try and shut her daughter up. Please tell me somebody is catching her hand. Or at least stopping this, thank you. Aunt Rosa. Okay, Battler went up a lot of points here. Now, she's just a little kid, so there's no reason to get so serious. I tried to cut in with a bitter smile, rubbing my hands together. But Aunt Rosa glared at me with a serious face, and I realized I should have stayed out. No. I don't know. I'm sorry, but could the rest of you go back to your room for a bit? I need to have a little talk with Maria. Oh. Nobody believes in my rose. Even though it was here. Look for it. Look for it. Here, it was here. Yeah, no, never, no. No, you do not hit, swing, slap your kid. Nope. But it's not here. So you must have confused this place with for somewhere else, right? It is here. It's definitely here. Then it disappeared. Give it up. Why? Why did it disappear? Why? Why? I don't know that. So stop saying ooh. Damn, when this game wants to be rough, when this visual novel wants to be rough, well, I mean, I shouldn't. I said that as if to take back that I am playing a game, but that's not what I meant by that. But when they want to get rough, it gets rough. Rosa once again raised her hand, overcome by emotion, and slapped Maria's cheek. It was strong enough to knock Maria over. Hey, Aunt Rosa. It's correct. Even if she is your daughter, violence isn't the answer. I stepped between them to protect Maria, who was still on the ground crying, ooh, ooh. I knew that as an outsider, problems between parent and child were none of my business. But I wasn't brought up to just silently observe something like this. Don't you think it's weird, Battler-kun? Are there any girls at your school who mutter ooh? I mean, who cares? I mean, it's not even who cares. It's just that's not a reason to then physically like hit someone, you know? Oh, I found this annoying. Now I'm going to hit you. Stop doing the annoying thing. You're not listening to me. No. Well, I am in high school. But for an elementary schooler, I think saying ooh is pretty cute. Oh, here we go. Cute. Saying ooh is cute. Cute? My careless words seemed to have earned me Aunt Rosa's wrath. She grabbed my collar with a terrifying expression. Uh-oh. Don't say such nonsense. Do you know how old Maria is? She's 9. 9. Yeah, exactly. She's a 4th grader. You're not making it good. She's growing up to a teenage boy now. Yeah, well, teenage young adult. Yeah, he's 18. But like she's making her argument even worse. She's a 4th grader. It's like, yeah, and 4th graders still do. They're children. Like, what the fuck? That's not. That's a nope. Not a kindergartner, but she still makes that sound during class. Don't you get it? I was cringe as fuck in 4th grade. I was cringe as fuck in 4th grade. Do you know what they say about this kid when they bully her? Okay, but like you're admitting up front that it's like, okay, the problem is that other people are bullying her. And your response to that is, well, now I'm going to bully you, so that you're posing the problem incorrectly. You're you're looking at it as if, oh, well, it's my kid that is wrong for just making a sound, and that, well, this is why you get the treatment you do, and it's like that's no, what the fuck? Thanks to this weird habit, she still hasn't made a single friend. Don't turn your eyes from reality and carelessly call Maria cute. Think more seriously about this kid's future. What? I mean, I understand, like, the stress of also having to, like, deal with, well, not deal with, but, like, you know, coming home and understanding that, like, you know, your kid is being made fun of, or that, you know, your kid is, you know, being bullied at school. But, like, this is not the answer to that, though. This is completely missing like, she's missing the point entirely. Rosa on the mother of autistic mother in the 80s mindset. I mean, 80s, 90s, 2000s, still go further. Like, it's, yeah. The mother of autistic mother. It's funny. I didn't even see that. I still understood what you meant. I told you to stop making that sound. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Didn't I tell you to stop it? Aunt Rosa struck Maria's quivering head from which an increasingly unhappy voice was rising. I tried to stop it, but Aunt Rosa pushed me away. My back hit George on a key.
昔はローザおばさんもマリアちゃんの幼児言葉の一つだくらいにしか思わなかったんだけど。
Remember, this is the 80s. Yeah. Yeah. It is. It's true to what the period is. It's still. This is why things get like complicated, right? It's one of those things where I'm like, I still look back at like stuff that I wrote in like the 2000s, right? I still literally have like some of my high school writings literally sitting right next to me. And I look back on it now as, you know, in, you know, me like years later, being able to look at that and be like, holy shit, that's cringe as fuck. Why did I write that? And even if I did understand certain things were like wrong or something like that, or like, you know, like even if I did say it, it's the same thing that I talked about this not too long ago. I think I actually talked about it on an UMINEKO stream. There is what is considered the Overton window. The Overton window is basically socially what is seen, or like what is seen as acceptable to do. And there are certain things that, yes, in the 2000s, or you go back to the 80s, this was seen as an acceptable way to act, or like it was at least within the window of what acceptability was, right? As we evolve over time, though, we begin to identify and change, and that Overton window shifts in certain directions depending on, like, okay, we look back and we say, yeah, that wasn't the right thing to do, or like this isn't, you know, maybe we shouldn't behave this way, or we shouldn't do this certain thing, right? So what becomes difficult is you take media that was from a certain time. My favorite example of this is actually Money for Nothing. Oh damn, I'm looking it up. Money for Nothing, Chicks for Free. I can't remember who sings that song. The Dire Straits. There we go. It's a song from the 1980s, and it's basically talking about it's like the perception of like a worker during that time period in the 80s, and it's a very, very catchy mainstream song, right? Where you look at it from the lens of like the 80s, right? So you were allowed in the 80s, definitely in the 80s, definitely in the 90s, and it probably started to stop somewhere around the 2000s, where it's like, yeah, you can just straight up say the F slur and nobody batted an eye, right? In the context of that song, they're using it from the perspective of the guy who's just doing like construction work, right? And he's like seeing like this guy on TV with like rocker hair, and his like hair's all grown out, and says that word in response to that. So the lyrics themselves aren't there to say like, oh hey, this is an acceptable thing to say. They're showing it from the lens of this is what this person would say in this time period. Same thing here, where we're seeing that it's like, yes, we're getting a scene here where this is happening, but there is an understanding that even within the context of it, this is still a bad thing, right? And that's why it becomes tough for readers to like go through a scene like this. And I understand where it's kind of like, you're like, well, god damn, this is heavy. So there's parts of me that are like understanding like, yes, this is this time period. This is where this fits in. This makes sense for this period, and why it would be written this way. And even in it, they're still understanding that like, okay, but this is still a wrong thing to do. And I think that when media does that balance well, where it's like, even if it is within the Overton window, if there's still an understanding that it's wrong, you write it that way, right? So this is like one of those cases where like I'm sitting there and I'm just like, fuck, this shouldn't happen. But it's like I talk about my childhood here too, and I'm like, yeah, this shit happened though. It did. So it connects a lot. Yeah, I think that's the best way I can explain it, and to make it make sense, so that like something like this, I don't want to say digestible is the word, but at least to help like put it in context. Like, I'm not like, there's nothing about me like condemning the scene. If anything, I'm condemning the character, because that's the way that you should be looking at this. It's the character. I don't see this as if like the writer is a bad person. You know what I mean? You're supposed to not like this scene. You're supposed to not like Rosa. And they've done it in a way where it is very clear that what Rosa is doing is wrong. So, yeah, I don't want to get too caught up in it, but yeah. My mom's an elementary school principal, and she says the kids who get physical discipline from parents are more likely to get into fights because that's how problem solving is. Yeah, exactly. That's how I was for a while. It was just kind of like, all right, well then I need to man up, and now I got to fight people. And it's like, no, I accidentally hit the keyboard. Ryukishi was a social worker before writing visual novels, so it's informed from that life experience. Yeah, I think Gab mentioned that, or maybe you did, from the last stream, that yeah, social worker. So a lot of these are like, a lot of these situations that he's seeing, or that he's writing about, it's probably like based off of tales that like he's actually had to listen people go through, and yeah, so it adds up. And I think from a writing experience, you don't want to, like, I'm not like saying like, I don't want people to get the idea that it's like I'm saying like, oh man, this piece needs to be censored. It's like, no, I think the piece as it is fine. Like, this is why you put warnings in place for people when they get to things like this, so that they know, like, all right, just know ahead of time, like, this might be what we're getting into. But the piece itself, I think, is like, yeah, it can exist as is. And I don't see anything wrong with it from that standpoint. Sorry if this was tough for anybody, though. A long time ago, Aunt Rosa also thought of it as nothing more than one of Maria-chan's baby words, but now that it has been fixed even midway through elementary school, she's been worrying about it a lot. How she talks isn't really that big of a deal, right? She'll never make it as an adult if she's like that. So even though it isn't fun to watch,
おばさんたち親子の問題なんだよ。
This is a problem between parent and child.
まあ
Well,
私もこの言葉遣いのせいでよくお袋に怒られるけどよ。
even I get chewed out by mom all the time because of how I talk. When they put it that way, maybe even a scene as painful as this isn't something as something an outsider like me should butt in on.
バトラ君だって小さい頃悪い癖が治らなくて怒られたことがあったんじゃないかい？
Battler-kun, when you were a kid, didn't you have any bad habits that you couldn't fix and that it got you into trouble?
まあ一つや二つは。
George is on my shit list. George is on my I don't trust list. The thing is, it's been tough on my ears because damn, that VA can holler. Yeah, it's rough. It is a lot of having to hear it, but at the same time, it's like still. Well, one or two.
授業参観の日に人前でずっと怒られてた時は恥ずかしくてたまらなかったぜ。
The VA sold that very well, yes. On Parents' Day once, I kept getting yelled at in front of everyone, and it was embarrassing as all hell.
じゃあ今のマリアちゃんたちの気持ちは
Well
わかるよ
then,
ね。
you can understand how the two of them must feel, right?
僕たちにここにいてほしいとは思わないんじゃないかな。
I'm sure they don't want us to be here now. Yeah, but
ジェシカちゃんにもわかるよね。
you understand too, don't you, Jessica-chan?
怒られてるところを誰かに見られてとは思わないぜ。
I mean, scolding is one thing. I don't think anyone likes to be seen when they're being scolded.
行こ
Let's go.
う。ゲストハウスへ戻ろ
We'll return to the guest
う。そ
house.
してマリアちゃんが戻ってきたら
Then, after Maria-chan comes back,
何事もなかったかのように迎えてあげようよ。
let's welcome her as if nothing happened.
それが一番じゃないかい。
It's probably for the best, isn't it? We thought George Oniki's point was probably a reasonable one. No. I mean, I don't know if reasonable is the word I would go with, but I understand what they're trying to say. And we may have been eager to use that reasonable sounding argument as a justification to retreat from this heartrending scene. Jessica and I nodded at George Oniki and we all left. We called towards Maria, telling her that we were going to head into the... I don't think that's going to work better. But she didn't seem to hear, and we felt sort of guilty and shameless after saying that.
それなら好きなだけ一人で探しなさい。
In that case, look by yourself as much as you want.
ママは知りません。
Mama doesn't care.
探す。
I'll look for it.
マリアが一人で探す。
I'll look for it by myself.
ママが知らなくても探す。
Even if Mama doesn't care.
勝手にしなさい。
Have it your way. After blasting her with those last few words, Rosa spun on her heels and quickly returned to the mansion. Maria probably viewed that as a cold gesture meant to injure, but that wasn't Rosa's intention. It was because the hand with which she had so emotionally struck Maria's cheek was still numb. Rosa took off on her heelys. It was because if she stayed there screaming, she might again be taken over by her emotions and continue slapping her daughter's cheek over and over. After Rosa left, Maria was left alone in the rose garden. The wind began to blow stronger and stronger, and every once in a while, a raindrop would fall on her forehead. However, Maria couldn't leave that place, not until she found that poor wilting rose. It had definitely been there. Even so, it wasn't. Even though she knew the place, and even though it had been there, it wasn't. Maria bitterly stared at the place it was supposed to be and thought frantically. Maybe the angle I'm looking from is wrong. Maybe the height I'm looking from is wrong. While gazing at a single point, Maria repeatedly stood up, changed her position, and continued to stare. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, but Maria kept on looking for that rose in front of the flower bed. Oh. All right, I'm going to take a quick 30-second break. I will be right back. Everybody stand up, get off your feet, stretch out for a second, and we will resume shortly. Yeah, mental health break. This is probably good too. Yeah, I just needed a minute to just kind of get up. I've been sitting in this chair for 2 hours. I was like, need to stretch out a bit. But we're back. Rosa went from, oh, I don't know how to feel about her, to worse than Eva, which I thought would be impossible. Yeah. I don't know if she's worse than Eva. I mean, what she did thus far is worse than anything Eva's done. But Eva is very manipulative, and can be very condescending. So I'm not putting her, I won't put her there yet, but she's close. Welcome to the bourgeoisie. To the bourgeoisie are fucked up the game. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Kinzo noticed the sound of raindrops beating on the window. It seemed to be pouring down thickly. It had begun to rain later than the weather reporter predicted. Kinzo approached the wind as if being summoned by the sound of the rain. The sound of the rain is the sound of silence. It's the sound. That sound felt quieter than any silence, and makes humans remember that in the end, they are alone for the moment they're born to. They're alone from the moment they're born to. What? They are alone from the moment they're born to the moment they die. Okay, I got there. You're late, Beatrice. Those words directed at the rainy sky. There was no one to be seen in the direction of Kinzo's gaze. Well then, let us begin. Oh wait, are we excuse me, let us begin our banquet of miracles? I'm sorry, let me save. Oh, wait, are we really going? Okay, finally. This island has now been cut off from the world. Now there are none who can interrupt my ceremony. Kinzo, I swear to God, if you start in the next 30 minutes, I might actually drink with you, my friend. There are many fitting sacrifices for you. Ooh, 4 of my children. 3 of their companions. 4 of my grandchildren. Me and my guests and my servants. You may devour as many as you please. The key of fate will select the sacrifices in accordance with the demon's roulette. If that roulette chooses me, even I will become your sacrifice. However, because of that, because I will bet on such madness, I will most assuredly bring forth a grand miracle.
さあ、好きなだけ食らうがいい。
Come to your devour to your heart's content.
私はそのルーレットに打ち勝つだろう。
I will achieve victory over that roulette.
さあ、すべてを落とすぞ。
Yes, I'll put everything on the line.
まずは後宮家の家督を返そう。
First, I'll return the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family.
受け取るがいい。
Accept it. Kinzo tore the window open, ripped a gold ring off his finger, and forcefully threw it away. At that time, the sound of thunder rang out, giving the illusion that the lightning had accepted the ring.
そして、お前が蘇った時。
And when you are resurrected,
そこにいるのは私であるだろう。
surely I will be the one who stands witness.
私が最後まで生き残り、お前の目覚めを見守るだろう。
I will survive until the end and watch over you as you awaken.
さあ来たれ、ベアトリーチェ。
Yes! Come on, Beatrice! I've been waiting.
ようこそ我が宴。
Welcome to my banquet.
私が生み出したすべてと引き換えに、私にもう一度だけ奇跡を見せておくれ。
Yes, in exchange for all that I have created, show me another miracle just this once.
おお。
Come on, hit me with that Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェ。
Yeah. Six o'clock, it's dinner time. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. We're like right there. I can feel it. We're right there. Oh, excuse me. The news ticker popped up on top of the TV program we were watching. The disaster report told us how municipalities all over were continually sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. Of course, the raindrops beating harshly on the window were even more convincing. Hang on, let me get some water. There we go.
すっげえ降りだな。
This rain's incredible.
でもこれだけ盛大だとすぐにやみそうな気もするけどな。
Still, when it's raining this hard, it also feels like it might stop at any moment.
そりゃ雨ぜ。
You wish.
台風の速度が遅いそうだから、下手すりゃ明日も丸一日こんな調子らしいぜ。
They said the typhoon's moving slow, so it might be like this all day
ちょっ
tomorrow.
との天気でも船は欠航するもんだしよ。
And even a little bad weather stops the boats from coming.
やっぱり日曜日のうちには引き上げられないか。
It looks like we won't be able to head out on Sunday after all. I don't know how any of them are able to smile after that. It has been an hour, so maybe, yeah.
念のため月曜日に外部とのスケジュールを入れなくて正解だったよ。
Just in case, I cleared all outside business from my Monday schedule, and I'm glad I did.
ってことは月曜の学校はサボれそうだな。
Oh, I wouldn't be worried about school, buddy. Which means, looks like we'll get to skip school Monday.
島生活ってのも悪くないもんだぜ。
Living on an island starting to sound pretty good.
そういや、ジェシカは登校って毎日船で通ってるわけだろ。
Oh, hey, Goose, look, they're going to answer your question. Come to think of it, Jessica, you've got to take a boat to school every day, don't you?
船が欠航したら学校はどうなるんだ？
What do you do when the boat stops running?
カメハメハ大王並みに雨が降ったらお休みで風が吹いたら遅刻してか。
I thought he said Kamehameha, okay. Do you stay home when it rains and show up late when the wind's blowing like King Kamehameha?
船が出なきゃ休みになるぜ。
If the boats don't come, I stay home. They have this new invention that they're working on called the internet.
もっともそう甘くはねえけどな。
Still, it's not as good as it
大
sounds.
抵その代わりに自習が指示されて、後でかっちりと見られるから、そうそう気楽でもねえさ。
Usually I'm ordered to study by myself, and it's not that fun with somebody standing right behind you watching everything you do.
例えば 梅雨なんかの長く天気が崩れる時期だと
During the rainy season, does the weather ever stay bad for a long time
数日間くらい登校できないこともあるんじゃねえのか
and make you miss a bunch of days in a row?
そういうこともあるぜ。
That does happen sometimes.
でも毎日きっちり担任から電話がかかってきて、どう自習しろ、何を提出しろと酸っぱく指導されるけどな。
Still, I'd get a call from my homeroom teacher every single day who'd sourly guide me on how I should teach myself and what I had to turn in.
バトラ君が考えてるほど簡単にはサボれないよ。
She can't skip school as easily as you're imagining, Battler
船
could.
で通う人たちのルールに従ってしっかり勉強をしているよ。
She's got to follow the rules for people that travel to school by boat and get a good amount of studying done.
むしろ登校できた方が気楽だぜ。
It'd actually be easier to just go to school.
自分の部屋じゃ気が散るし、集中もできねえしな。
In my own room, I get distracted and can't concentrate.
それでいて、問題集ばっかり数日もやらされてると、かなり精神的に応えるもんがあるぜ。
After being made to do nothing but workbooks for several days straight, it's pretty hard to handle all that mental stress.
大学の時にはよ、寮のあるところに入って、さっさとこんな不便な島はおさらばしたいもんだぜ。
Hey, listen, college is lit outside of the, well, you don't have to worry about the money part of it. So college is going to be lit for you. When I get into college, I really just want to go to some dorm and quickly say goodbye to this inconvenient island.
へえ
Ah, okay.
じゃあよちなみに行きは天気が良くても帰りは悪くて欠航ってなったらどうすんだ
By the way, what do you do when the weather's good in the morning, but then gets so bad on your way home that the boats are closed? That's actually a good question.
学校に泊まるのか
You spend the night at school.
そういうのはよくあることだぜ。
That actually happens a lot.
だから、帰島できない人用の宿泊所があってよ。
Because of that, they built some lodgings there for people who can't get back to the island they live on.
そこに寝泊まりするんだよ。
That's where you spend the night.
下手すりゃ数日間家に帰れないこともあったりするぜ。
Sometimes when it gets really bad, you can't get back home for a few days at a time.
乗車率が 200% を超えるような満員電車で毎日通勤通学しなければならない人から見てみると、
Someone commuting to school or work on a train packed to twice its capacity might carelessly think that
船の通学なんて趣があって良さそうだな。
commuting
な
by
んて無
boat
責
would
任
be
に思っ
pretty
ちゃうけ
fun,
ど、
pretty interesting and
やっ
fun.
ぱりいろいろと苦労があるんだね。
But it sounds like it comes with troubles of its own.
よく無神経な観光客がそういうこと言ってるぜ。
You hear thoughtless tourists saying stuff like that all the time, Battler-kun.
私は島の生活なんてもうお腹いっぱいだね。
I've had enough of island life.
早く高校出てこんな島とはおさらばしたいぜ。
I really just want to graduate high school and say goodbye to this island.
高校にだって全寮制のところとかあったろうよ
But there are all dorm schools even for high school, right?
なんでわざわざ新島の学校を選んだんだよ
Why'd you choose that Nijima school of all places? Her parents chose it.
私は最初からそれを希望してたぜ。
I wanted to go to one of those from the
で
beginning.
もおふくろがよ、当主後継ぎとしての修行やらマナーやらがうんぬんってうるさくてよ。
Yeah, that was an easy call. But mom's always going on about how I need to learn manners and discipline as the successor.
結局高校も地元になっちまったのさ。
I actually know in context why I said enjoy your bursted appendix. I actually do. My God, that was 5 years ago. So I ended up sticking close to home even for high school.
こんな島はごめんだぜ。
I was definitely upset about something and then hit stick somebody and then they got an injury that was a bursted appendix and so I just said that. Man, I hate this island.
早く都会で生活したいよ。
I just want to go live in a city.
雨が降ろうが槍が降ろうが、ラフな格好でサンダルを履けば。
I don't care if rain or even spears fall from the sky as long as I can move to a city where I can wear casual clothes and sandals
5分足らずでコンビニに行けるような都会に引っ越したいぜ。
and can get to a convenience store in less than 5 minutes.
もう少しの辛抱だよ。
Hold out just a little longer.
高校卒業まであとちょっとでしょ。
Just a bit more and you'll graduate high school, right? That's 2 years. She's 16.
そのちょっとも我慢できねえぜ。
I can't wait a little longer. Nah. Jessica stretched out and reclined on the sofa. Maybe it was a bad time slot because they weren't making any, there weren't any interesting programs on. And we had nothing to do but languidly kill time until we were called for dinner. After that episode, Maria never returned to the cousin's room after all. Aunt Rosa probably took her back to the mansion. It had to be pretty boring for Maria all by herself with the adults, while the adults had a confusing conversation. Confusing is not the word I would use, but yes. It was maybe confusing to you. You know what? Actually, in context, yes, that would make sense. We thought we might as well head over to the mansion to see her, but the weather really was awful. And since there wasn't much time for until dinner, we stayed where we were. At that time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. Jessica answered. Hi. All right, it's time for some sparkling water, baby. The preparations for dinner are complete. Please come to the mansion. It was Kanan-kun's voice. Did he go through all the trouble of coming from the mansion in the rain just to get us? Couldn't he have just called us on the telephone? Well, I guess servants at work don't always get to take the most efficient route. Just when I was getting hungry. Let's go. George Aniki turned off the television and stood up. My stomach's been growling for a while. I've always been a huge fan of my main family's dinners. And yeah, he did say it was calf steak. Yes, he did. And didn't Goda-san say it was calf steak or something? Ooh, I can't wait. Our dinners are always even more fabulous than usual when the family conference comes around. Even I'm looking forward to it. Let's go. As we left the room, Kanan-kun bowed silently and respectfully. Okay, let's go. Is the rain pretty nasty out there? Yes. Take care not to get your garments wet. After seeing the three of us out, Kanan-kun peered into the empty room. Wasn't Maria-sama with you? No, she's not. Wasn't she with Aunt... Oh, excuse me. Wasn't she with Aunt Rosa? Rosa was lying on a sofa in the empty parlor, having fallen asleep before she knew it. She was bearing a burden that the children couldn't even imagine. Excuse me, a burden, you say? That's why she only needed to let her guard down a little before the weariness immediately dragged her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over her, her eyes snapped open as though she had been shocked with electricity. Man, beating kids really takes a lot out of you, I guess. Yeah, it's a lot of energy. Thank you, Genji-san. When she realized that the thing that had touched her was just a blanket and that Genji had been considerate giving it to her, she let out a sigh of relief. Did I wake you? My sincere apologies. No, it's okay. I hadn't planned on sleeping in the first place. What time is it now? 6 o'clock. When he asked for the time, Genji checked a pocket watch that he took out of his chest pocket. It's probably 6:15 now. Close enough. Rosa gave her head a little shake when she realized that not much time had actually passed, even though it felt like she'd slept for ages. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that had enveloped her must have been pretty deep. Thank you. I'll be fine without the blanket. Hey, Rosa, where's the child that you hate? Good question. Genuinely a good question. Where is she? I mustn't sleep at such a strange time. My sense of time has been completely thrown off. The rain has finally started pouring down in earnest, hasn't it? Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that had put her to sleep was actually the rain.
風もだいぶ出てるよね。
The wind's blowing hard too. I heard her say something about a
いよい
typhoon.
よ台風なのかし
There
ら。
it is. I wonder if the typhoon's finally here.
そのようにテレビでは申しております。
That's what they said on TV.
遅い台風だそうで、明日いっぱいはこんな調子だそうです。
The typhoon is moving slowly, so they think it'll be like this all day tomorrow.
そう。
Really?
この素敵なバラ庭園も日中のあれが見納めだったのね。
So our last chance to see that wonderful rose garden must have already passed. From the window, thanks, Lil John and 3-6 Mafia. What she could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and the rain.
マリア。
You want to talk about it?
そうだ。マリアは？
That's right. What about Maria?
私はお見かけしておりませんが、
I have not seen her.
ゲストハウスにお戻りではないでしょう
Did she not return to the guest house? She's still looking for that flower, isn't she? Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, so a chill ran down her spine. Maria was stubbornly honest. If she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever, even in pouring rain.
違うわ。
No.
いとこの子たちは先に行ってしまったから、あそこにはマリア一人。
The cousins left before I did, so Maria was alone.
あの子は誰かにもうやめろと言われない限り、
Unless someone told her to
あ
stop,
そこに居続けるわ。
she'd stay there even if it started raining
傘も
spears,
ささずに。
without even opening an umbrella.
私は感情に任せてなんてことを。
How could I have lost control of my emotions and done such a thing? Even though she'd known about Aunt Casey Anthony over here. Even though she'd known about Maria's simple honesty better than anyone, she'd once again lost control of her emotions and done something terrible. Yeah, a little late for that. Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hall. Here comes the plot. The outside really looked like a typhoon, and the rain was pouring down spectacularly. Maybe because of some aspect of the terrain. The winds weren't typhoon class, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. Even so, it certainly was a windy rain. There was no time to admire the roses being drenched.
とりあえず今はマリアが気になるぜ。
Anyway, I'm getting pretty worried about Maria.
まさかあの後もずっと一人でへそ曲げて。
You don't think she's still rebelliously searching for that rose alone, do you?
そうだね。
I wonder. Nah, I like the music here.
さすがにこの雨じゃ。
Surely she wouldn't do this in the rain.
と
Do it in
思い
this
たい
rain.
ところだけど、マリアちゃんはたまにすごく頑固でものすごく愚直な時がある。
Or at least I wish I could believe that. But Maria-chan sometimes gets really stubborn and intensely straightforward. We hadn't worried much, thinking that Aunt Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, when Kanan-kun had come from the mansion to call us and thought Maria was here, we'd get a little worried.
お屋敷ではお見かけしませんでしたので、
I did
てっきりこちらにおられるとばかり。
not see her in the mansion, so I was sure she was here. Fun fact, the original PC version had an animated rain effect. Oh, but because of technical limitations, this iteration of the game has rain as a static PNG overlaying the scenes. Oh. That sounds awesome. Damn.
ローザ様は仮眠を取られておいででしたので。
After all, Rosa-sama was taking a nap.
ここに来る途中に見かけなかったのかよ。
You didn't see her on your way over here?
申し訳ございません。
My apologies.
傘を差し、急ぎ駆け抜けたもので、
I opened my
そ
umbrella
こ
and
ま
ran
で
as fast as
注
I
意を
could,
払いませんでした。
so I did not pay much attention. For the full effect, take your PC outside and play during a real hurricane. It was thunderstorming earlier today where I'm at, so I could have simulated that. If he had cut through, I guess it is appropriate that it thunderstormed today, and here we are. If he cut through the rose garden, taking the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house, then he would have just barely missed the place where Mario had been looking for a rose. For some godforsaken reason, access to Unicode characters as well as bold and italics end up breaking the engine's ability to have an animated... What? That's so odd because there was definitely a character that showed up in here, like a letter that it was when they were talking about Doraemon. And you couldn't see the E. Huh. Yeah, I don't know much about coding and stuff like that to really know. If he had cut through the rose garden, and it was raining this hard too. It certainly wouldn't have been possible for Kanan-kun to fail to notice her.
ここで議論するより直接確かめる方が早いさ。
Instead of arguing around here, it'd just be faster to check it out directly.
兄貴、ちょいとかけっこと行こうじゃねえかよ。
Aniki, why don't we race over there?
6年成長したから僕に勝てるつもりかい？
Oh, do you think you can beat me now that you've been growing for 6 years?
よし、決着をつけようじゃないか。
Okay, let's settle this.
行こう。
Go. George, Aniki, and I flew out of the rain. Out into the rain. Jessica and Kanan-kun followed us. That's why the other current version of UMINEKO for PC is a standalone. It allows them to fully modify the EXE without breaking Steam compatibility, which I made sure that before I even put on this the 07 edit or mod, I have it backed up. So if at any point I needed to go back in time and just be like, restore my Steam files back to this point specifically for UMINEKO, I can do that. Maria, if you're there, answer me. Maria.
ローザおばさんだ。
I can actually still amazingly, I can still, if I wanted to, because you know how like Windows is like, you know, with Windows 11, like there's an installation now where it's like once you have it, it's like fuck you, you can't go back. I can if I really wanted to. If I really wanted to bring my PC back to Windows 10, I can. It's Aunt Rosa. Hey, Aunt Rosa. When George Aniki called back, Aunt Rosa jumped at him and grabbed onto him. Oh, where's Maria? Isn't she with you?
いえ、僕たちはあの後マリアちゃんには出会ってません。
No, we didn't meet with Maria-chan after that. Here it comes. You heard her. 6 years ago, Maria was 3 years old. She was a cute and pure kid who would just accept whatever anyone said. But 6 years have passed since then. She's 9 now and experiencing the ups and downs of life. Experiencing the ups and downs of life's, wait, what? Am I reading the sentence wrong? She's 9 now, and experiencing the ups and downs of life should have taught her something, I say. I was reading that as if those were, okay. But Maria, are you telling me you're still as innocent and pure as you used to be?
Maria!
As I circled the rose bed, something white unexpectedly turned to face me. It was a white umbrella. Maria was crouching down, holding a white umbrella and still searching for that rose. Damn. They act like 9 is 9. That's what I'm saying. They were like, well, she's 9 now. And I'm like, she's still a single-digit age. Her face, which had turned bright red from crying her eyes out, was dirtied with water and mud. It was a truly pitiful sight. Maria. Are you still looking? Can't find it. I can't find my rose. Maria had probably been here since the rain started pouring down. Her shoulders were freezing. She looked tired to the bone, but fortunately, since she was holding an umbrella, she wasn't completely soaked. The umbrella probably came from the handbag Maria always carried around. Thank goodness. Seriously, thank goodness. Batala-kun. Bum-ass Goda might have used it as for the lunch meal. You know, I didn't think about that. That's actually... I forgot, because they did put the flowers in the meal. It's really funny. I did... Batala-kun. Thank goodness you found her. Oh, hello. Maria, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Aunt Rosa threw her umbrella aside and hugged Maria. Oh, it's not here. My rose isn't here. Oh. I feel like I asked this question in a previous stream. Is there any reason why they don't have her speak in the third person? Because it feels like she speaks to herself in the third person. I'll look for it with you later. Okay? I guess, what was the mod's choice of not translating it that way, I should say? So just put it on hold for today. Okay? Oh. Put it on hold for today. It looked like Maria still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. Jessica and Kanan caught up with us. I have a towel ready in the mansion immediately. Maria. Were you here this whole time? Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't get her inside. She's gonna get pneumonia. I'm sorry for being such a bad mother. Aunt Rosa, why don't we head back to the mansion for the time being? If we stay here, Maria will catch a cold. You're right. Maria, let's go. If we don't get cleaned up, Grandfather will be mad. Oh, hungry. Okay, oh, that's right, because he's got to show up for dinner. It's already time to eat. You did a good job holding out, Maria. Once the weather gets better, we'll all go search together. I have a feeling that's not happening anytime soon. We couldn't stay in the rain forever. Speaking of dinner, I need to start thinking about that. We took Maria with us as we headed back to the mansion. Maria apparently wasn't as worn out as I thought. When she remembered we were having calf steak for dinner, she started chanting, "I'm hungry, ooh, ooh," and returned to her usual spirited self. Okay, that's good. Aunt Rosa didn't chide Maria for saying, ooh. I see. So she had an umbrella on her. Maria sure is good at packing the right stuff. Oh. I was gonna say, I was like, she hasn't been carrying an umbrella, and I don't think one can fit in her bag like that. Especially not if it's an 80s umbrella. I don't think they were compact like that. I was gonna call that out, and then I didn't, and I should have. Oh. The witch gave it to me. Why? Then how did you get that white umbrella you're holding? Oh, excuse me. Do not widen your eyes like that. Holy shit, that scared the shit out of me. I borrowed it. I don't know what it was. That transition of the way that smile and those eyes got big scared the shit out of me. Some caring person must have brought her an umbrella. Who? A normal kid would look for shelter once it started raining, but Mario was too stubborn to give up so easily. So maybe that caring person. Dude, there's 17 people. 17? There's 17 people on this island. One of them is your grandfather, who's being an alcoholic. The doctor's inside. The butlers are inside. There's you, the cousins, and you all are just chilling out inside after the episode that Rosa just had. Rosa's inside. Your parents are inside. Who is this caring person that you just randomly came up with? You gotta think, Battler. Think, Battler. What's going on with you, my man? So maybe that caring person then decided to give her, at least give her an umbrella. I see. I have to thank that person. Who was it? Okay, never mind. The answer's coming. The answer's Beatrice, right? Yeah, okay. Too easy. The name Maria cheerfully mentioned was that of the Witch's Island. Here is where the first episode of the anime is. Congratulations, everybody. It took me 4 streams to get here. How do they do? There's no way. Like, yeah, it had to have been done insanely poorly for them to try to pack all of that within 20 minutes. No shot. No wonder the anime didn't do it any justice. The name Maria cheerfully mentioned was that of the island's witch. Rosa took a deep breath and asked again, trying to do so in a way that wouldn't damage Maria's good mood.
So, よかったわね.
Really? That's wonderful.
それで誰なの?
So, who was it?
傘を持ってきてくれた人は
Who brought you that umbrella? She's gonna say it again. First episode of the anime is arrive at the island. So they don't even do the that's kind of important. Like that feels like an important detail that you can't really skim over is like before they're getting on the plane. Never mind the boat. Like that plane trip and that boat part is super important because like you're meeting the cousins and everything. How do they just skip over that? They okay, so we arrive at the island and then the boob scene was so important they had to do that. The roast of Kraus, okay, that is critical. Beach, best mom ever, and then this. That, I mean, like I understand that like from a visual novel standpoint, they need to keep some of those like other details in there because it's like, all right, it's gonna be a puzzle later on, but like. There's so much there that happens in the visual novel where I'm kind of like, well, you're missing a lot of stuff then if you're just going from you arrived at the island to the scene where Battler just can't stop talking about titties, and then if you're jumping from titties to Kraus getting roasted by like all of the siblings. Wait, hold on a second. We haven't even talked about the most important person here, Kinzo. We just, what do you mean we just arrive at the island? We don't discuss Kinzo at all? What? So who was it? Who brought you that umbrella? Sorry. Oh. Beato. Riche. I don't even remember the grandfather of the Imagine you're watching UMINEKO the anime and then like somebody is just like, oh man, I watched the anime. It's like, oh cool, what did you think about Kinzo? And you're like, who? Maya immediately realized that her mother didn't believe her and started crying out unhappily again. Oh no. They show him during the roast of Cross. Okay, so what, does he get like a brief cameo? So Rosa stopped pursuing the subject. It would probably be faster to ask whoever lent Maria the umbrella during dinner rather than ask Maria herself. What she's? Well, that might be foreshadowing. Father, please at least join us for dinner. It won't be a family conference otherwise. Along with a dull pounding on the door, the sound of Kraus's entreaty could be heard. However, that voice seemed to be resigned to the fact that nothing it said would be heard. Kinzo-san. Has anyone suggested the name Sour Kraus yet? No, but I like that, and I might use that. Thank you. Kinzo-san, would you at least come out for dinner? All your children have gathered here to see your face, haven't they? Silence, Nanjo. So the bishop won't work. Oh, that's right, he is playing a chess match during this whole time. One move too short. Apparently, Kinzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. Kinzo's brow was wrinkled as he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. Kraus's voice didn't reach his ears. Kinzo-san. Toothpick, emo toothpick boy, and migraine. I'm not gonna lie, migraine MILF is a winner. That surprisingly is very good. Kinzo-san, I'm hungry myself. You did snap with that one. Why don't we go down and eat? Go by yourself if that's what you want. Let me consider this next move for a little longer. We are going to finish it tonight. Otherwise, it's doubtful we'll finish before the world ends. Nanjo rose from his seat, hoping this would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to chess, but he'd never seen Kinzo concentrate as hard as this. It was almost as though Kinzo was telling the truth, and there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest if they didn't finish tonight. It seemed that no matter how obstinately he called out to Kinzo, it would reach the latter's heart. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Krause was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Krause was taken aback, thinking that maybe Kinzo was actually coming out. However, Nanjo was the one who appeared, and Krause let out a sigh of relief.
Nanjo-sensei.
Dr. Nanjo. His father... I'm sorry, I couldn't be of service. He's still alive. Right now, this room is Kinzo-san's whole world. Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Krause raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting. Wow, if that's shouting, then I don't know what Rosa was doing. Holy cow. Father, can you hear me? We're heading down now, but please join us anytime you feel like it. All of your children are waiting for you. His voice was very loud, and he was making a racket pounding on the door. There's no way it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. Well, it certainly was reaching him, but he ignored it anyway. However, unlike the time he had been called down for lunch, he didn't fly into a rage. By now, Kinzo was calm at heart, and it's a lot of alcohol, although almost as though he had taken on a philosophical view and turned himself over to fate. Blackjack, only women let their emotions take over and let out such undignified shrieks, right? Like, crazy. A man would never do that. That's not a man thing to do. Oh, I miss that emote so much. I love that little T emote that you have, Poppy. I've not seen that in forever. Neither dinner nor the faces of my children interest me in the slightest. I will only leave here if Beatrice is resurrected or if I am chosen as a sacrifice for the key. Alright, listen, Kinzo, I swear to God, if this starts soon, I'm in. The demon's roulette has already started spinning. What meaning does dinner have at this point? As though the painfully loud banging on the door completely failed to enter his hearing, Kinzo silently thought about his next chess move, still in his philosophical state. Just as Kinzo's figure couldn't be seen anywhere in the ending hall. Krause, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo. Father says he's still not feeling well. I got it. He truly regrets missing this once-in-a-year opportunity to sit together with his gathered family. Ava and Rudolph sniggered. Given Kinzo's personality, there was no way he'd show signs of regret. And none of his relatives showed any regret at his absence. Then why don't we start dinner? Goda, begin. Kinzo said chess is more exciting than dinner. Certainly.
それでは始めさせていただきます。
Well then, if you will allow me. Hang on one sec. All right, I should be good now. Phew. When Goto was told to start the family conference dinner, his biggest time to shine of the year, his biggest time to shine of the whole year, he nodded with a broad grin.
マリアに傘を貸してくれた人は誰かしら?
And everyone's gonna go, huh? What are you talking about? May I ask who lent Maria an umbrella? When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone noticed.
傘?
An umbrella?
何の話?
What's this about?
その、さっきマリアがバラ庭園にいた時に雨が降り出して、
A short while back, Maria was in the rose garden when it started raining.
誰かに白い傘を借りたみたいなんだけど、お礼が言いたくて。
And she apparently borrowed a white umbrella from someone. I wanted to thank them.
俺たちじゃねえぜ。
It wasn't one of us.
ローザが出てった後は部屋を移してずっと仲良くおしゃべりをしてたからな。
After you left, we moved to a different room and had a friendly chat that whole time. First topic of dinner. So we saw Maria get beat by Rosa, and then Rosa left her in the rain while she took a nap. Second topic. Who gave her this umbrella?
そうやで。
That's right.
あの後も兄弟で仲良くおしゃべりをしとったのや。
Even after that, the siblings had a really friendly chat. The word friendly fell awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips. So even though even those who hadn't been present could tell the conversation hadn't been a pleasant one.
少なくとも私とエヴァとルドルフとあと秀吉さんとキリエさんではないことも確かだがね。
At the very least, it couldn't have been me, Ava, Rudolph, Hideyoshi-san, or Kirie-san.
私たちは夏日姉さんとローザさんが出て行った後もずっと一緒だったわ。
We were together the whole time, even after Natsuhine-san and Rosa-san left.
食事の時間までずっとね。
The whole time until the meal started.
兄さんは源氏さんと一緒にお父様を呼びに上の書斎へ。
Nissan went up to the study with Genji-san to call father.
私たちはそのまま食堂へ直行したもの。
At that time, the rest of us went straight to the dining hall.
だから私たちではないわね。
So it wasn't one of us.
傘を貸すなんて親切。使用人の誰かじゃないの？
Couldn't it have been a servant kind enough to lend an umbrella?
じゃあ、ゴーダさん?
Nope. So was it you, Goda-san?
私はずっと厨房で準備をしておりましたもので。
Yeah, he's been preparing his whole life's work. I've been in the kitchen the whole time preparing.
申し訳ございません。
My sincere apologies. Goda looked slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. At that time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared, pushing a serving cart loaded with hors d'oeuvres.
じゃあ、熊沢さんかシャノンちゃんかしら。
Then what about Kumasawa-san or Shannon-chan?
はい。
Yes?
何か粗相がございましたでしょうか?
Depending on your answer, maybe. Because Shannon had come in part way, she shrank back, mistakenly thinking the others were searching for the one responsible for some error.
違うよ。
It isn't like that.
マリアちゃんがバラ庭園に一人でいた時に雨が降ってきてね。
It started to rain when Maria-chan was alone in the rose
誰か
garden.
が傘を貸してくれたんだよ。
After that, someone lent her an
ロ
umbrella.
ーザおばさんがその人にお礼を言いたいっていうのさ。
Aunt Rosa said she wanted to thank that person.
おー、
Oh,
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice. Maria, her mouth as a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Aunt Rosa explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa-san cackled. She's gonna be like, I did it.
私たちでもございませんよ。
Oh, never mind. It wasn't us.
私もシャノンさんも一緒にお部屋の準備をしておりましたから、お外には出ておりません。
Shannon-san and I were preparing the rooms together, so we did not go outside.
はい。
Yes.
気が利かなくてすみません。
I'm sorry I wasn't able to be of assistance.
部屋の準備
Preparing the
と
rooms.
は何のことかね。
What do you mean by that?
この雨ですから。
Ah, Natsuhi. What a pleasant sight. Because of the rain,
客人の皆さんがゲストハウスにお帰りになられるのも大変かと思って。
we thought it would be troublesome for all of the guests to return to the guest house.
使用人たちに屋敷内の客室の準備をするように命じたのです。
So the servants were ordered to prepare the guest rooms inside the mansion.
あら、気が利くじゃない。
Really? How thoughtful.
そうね。この雨の中、表に追い出すのは失礼だものね。
Yes, it certainly would be rude to chase us outside in this rain.
もう予算か。
Could you give it a rest?
はい。
Yes.
奥様からそのようにご指示を受けまして、私と熊沢さんとカノン君の3人で準備をしておりました。
After receiving the order from Madam, Kumasawa-san, Kanon-kun, and I started preparing the rooms.
そしてご夕食の時間になり、源氏様からゲストハウスのお子様方をお呼びするようご指示をいただいたため、
Then it became time for dinner, so Genji-sama ordered Kanon-kun to go to the guest house and summon the children.
ええ。
Yes.
ですから、カノンさんがゲストハウスに行かれるときに、マリアさんを見つけて、傘をお渡ししたのではありませんか？
So did Kanon-san find Maria on the way to the guest house and hand her the umbrella?
ほー。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
違う。
Oh, wrong. The person who had actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who had lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. Oh man, that's crazy. Kind of like how she couldn't find that rose. And she thought asking like this with everyone gathered for the dinner would work immediately.
じゃあ、夏日姉さん
Nah, I was too I was too busy having a migraine and resting. You know, my husband's kind of an asshole. Then was it you, Natsuhine-san?
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
私は皆さんとの仲良くの語らいの後、
After everyone's friendly chat, my headache was so bad that I've been resting in my room. I was right.
表へは出ていません。
Therefore, I did not go outside.
なら誰なの？
She told you. Then who was it?
ジョージ君たち？
George Kun and the kids?
なわけないわよね。
That can't be right.
いえ、僕たちじゃありません。
No, it wasn't us.
僕たちはずっとゲストハウスでテレビを見てました。
Don't ask questions you don't want answers to. We were watching television in the guest house the whole time.
むしろ私たちはマリアはおばさんと一緒に屋敷に行ったとばかり。
Actually, we thought Maria had just gone back to the mansion with you. This is like during Christmas movies when no one believes the kids about Santa. Yep. It's that exact setup.
そこへカノン君が来て、マリアは一緒じゃないのかと聞いたんで、
Then
初めて屋敷にはいないのかって分かったんだよ。
then Kanon-kun came and he asked whether Maria was with us. That's when we first realized she wasn't in the mansion.
第一俺だったら、傘を貸すより先に手引っ張って屋根の下に連れて行くぜ。
I mean, if it were me, I'd have grabbed her hand and pulled her under a roof before giving her an umbrella. Rosa was completely baffled. She shouldn't be. Well, I get why she is, but one by one, the relatives and the servants denied that they had done it, even though it really wasn't something anyone would need to hide. So by process of elimination, the number of remaining candidates wasn't large.
もちろん私でもありませんが。
Of course, it wasn't me.
雨が降り始めてすぐの頃、金蔵さんの部屋を訪ねて。
Right after it began raining, I visited Kinzo-san's room and I was playing chess with him. Ooh. Until just now. Okay. Was not expecting that violin to come out of nowhere.
ということは、おじい様でもないよね。
Which means that it also wasn't grandfather. Wait a sec.
妙な話になってきたぜ。
Isn't this starting to get a bit weird?
あと残るのは誰だ?
Who's left? You heard.
じゃあ誰?
She's gonna scream it at the top of her lungs in a minute here. Do you really just want her to say Beatrice? Beatrice?
源氏さん?
No, no Genji-san. Huh? It was Gab.
ちょっと待って。勘違いしないでくれる?
Wait a minute. Don't get me wrong.
別に私は何かの犯人探しをしてるんじゃないのよ。
It's not like I'm searching for some culprit. I just want to prove that I'm not, you know, like my daughter is insane.
雨の中のマリアに傘を差し伸べてくれた人に母としてお礼が言いたいだけなの。
All I want to do as a mother, all I want to do is, as a mother, thank the person who gave Maria an umbrella in the middle of the rain. Twas I, Gabatrice, giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised, not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. Why not? Because they didn't do it. Everyone started whispering about how strange this was getting. Calm down, Rosa. Why don't we just ask the person who was lent the umbrella? That's what everybody had been thinking since the beginning. They were all scratching their heads at why she didn't just ask Maria who had been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked.
Doria.
Of course.
Rudolph-kun
Rudolph-kun here's got it right.
Maria-chan,
Maria-chan, tell your uncle. Who lent you the umbrella? Yeah, you heard her, Beatrice. The name call was wrapped in silence for an instant, but it was soon interrupted by a burst of laughter.
なるほど。森の魔女ベアトリーチェが不憫に思って傘を貸してくれたか。
I see. So Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest, felt pity and lent her an umbrella.
いい話じゃないかね。
What a lovely story.
ローザ、そういうことだ。
Rosa, there you have it. Rosa couldn't believe it. Even though she just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella, why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke? Just like Uncle Kraus said. Beatrice let me borrow it. Ooh. Isn't that wonderful? Oh my god. He's avoiding, like, well, not avoiding. Maria can't get mad because she can't read that he's being sarcastic. This is so funny. Alright, don't spell it out too hard now. We should all be jealous of such purity. What do you think, everyone? Uh-oh. Kraus was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking. But Maria was overjoyed, apparently convinced that her claim was being believed. Yep. How did that work? Does that mean a witch really appeared and then lent her an umbrella? Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me. Has Maria ever been the type to make jokes? If we heard that kind of story out of my old bastard's mouth, we would have just taken it as another joke. However, it was hard to explain it away like that when Maria said it. This was getting pretty unnerving. No way. She's always been frank and serious. She's the sort who'd believe any joke, even ones normal people could instantly tell were lies. I never even heard of her cracking a joke. Aunt Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, she had no idea what was going on anymore. So if Maria says she borrowed an umbrella from Beatrice, that must mean it was really Beatrice?
We're
talking about Maria here, so I can't think of it as some kind of metaphor or joke. It might be best to take what she says at face value. Then what's going on? Excuse me. Are you saying Genji-san or someone put on that fancy dress from the portrait and gave Maria the umbrella? You know what? That's not the furthest thing from like the craziest thing. Like everybody's just trying to figure out who it is, and it's like, you know what? That might not actually be wild to think that, okay, somebody just put on the dress from the portrait and gave Maria the umbrella. That is the most grounded like opinion thus far. Somehow out of Battler's brain came the most grounded opinion possibly, right? Instead of thinking like it had to be someone, it's just, well, what if somebody just put on like the dress and pretended to be Maria? Okay, all right, it makes more sense than anything else thus far. I mean, obviously, it's that Beatrice, the witch herself, actually did do this, but this is just funny. She's always been frank. Ushiromiya frank. I'm not sure about that. Actually, that's what I want to know. Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression didn't completely match her attitude. Once the hors d'oeuvres were set out and Goda showed off his vast store of knowledge, the meal began. A couple casual chats broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant. I'd love to see the Always Sunny cast in UMINEKO. Oh my god, that would be. Weirdly, I think it would work. The meal ended up being so quiet that you couldn't ignore the sound of the rain sneaking into the dining hall. Kumasawa-san and Shannon, pushing the serving cart, ran into Genji and Kennen on the way to the kitchen.
Genji-san desu ka? Maria-sama ni kasa o kasareta no wa?
Oh, it's Genji-san. Did you lend Maria-san an umbrella?
Kasa?
An umbrella?
Nan no koto da?
What are you talking about?
Well...
I heard that when it started raining, Maria-sama was alone in the rose garden. It seems she borrowed an umbrella from someone there. Always Sunny in Ushiromiya Mansion. Yeah, funny. Funny considering. But we don't know who it was. It wasn't me. After all, I actually thought Maria-sama was in the guest house. The gang hunts for gold. Yeah, just like the episode opens up and it's just like the gang runs outside, right, and they see this child, Maria, and they're like, "Who gave you the umbrella?" "Beatrice." Do 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 do. They just cue the title card. It wasn't me. After all, I actually thought Maria-sama was already in the guest house. When Battler-sama first found her, she was already holding a white umbrella. My apologies, but it was not me either. And then could it actually be the master? Both in the dining hall and right here, everyone had stated that they hadn't done it. That left only Kinzo, but... And not drink? Unlikely. Maybe he went walking down the corridor for some reason when he just happened to see Maria-sama in the rose garden without even an umbrella. The master. I was also going to say that. Yeah, he hates Maria. The master is not particularly fond of Maria-sama. I agree.
マリア様のために直々に開花までお越しになって
I can't
傘
imagine.
を持ち下さるとは
I can't
考
imagine
え
for
られないよ
Maria's sake he'd go to go through all the trouble of descending the stairs with an umbrella. Meanwhile,
困りましたわね。
yeah, can we even imagine him getting downstairs right now? At all? Never mind going outside. Oh my, how
で
troublesome.
は、マリア様に傘をお貸しになられたのは
Does that mean the one who lent Maria-sama an umbrella really was Beatrice-sama? I hope she doesn't take you first. Kumasawa laughed just like the relatives in the dining hall who had laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break through the smokes veiling the current situation. Just then, the crisp sound of hands clapping twice rang through the hallway. They all turned around at once to see Goda coming out of the dining hall.
さあさあ皆さん、
Okay, everyone.
ディナーは配膳のタイミングも大事です。
When serving a dinner, proper timing while setting the table is
す
essential.
ぐにスープの配膳に取り掛かってください。
Please immediately see to setting out the soup.
源氏さん、彼女らは大切なお仕事中ですので、お引き止めになられないでください。
Someone's getting poisoned. Genji-san, the women are in the middle of an important job, so please do not get in their way. Kanon glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, a person Kanon respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Kanon once on the shoulder as a warning. Kanon reluctantly turned away and returned his expression to normal.
ゴーダの指示に従いなさい。
Obey Goda's instruction.
今は晩餐の配膳を急ぐように。
Hurry and prepare the dinner table.
ほらほら、時間がありません。
Come now, there's no time.
タラタラしない。
Don't dawdle.
急ぎますよ。
Hurry. Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shannon and steadily pushed it towards the kitchen.
では、私どもも厨房に戻らせていただきます。
Then please allow us to return to the
ゴー
kitchen.
ダさんも気の短い方ですからね。
After all, Goda-san's temper is very short. No.
私もこれで失礼いたします。
Please excuse me as well. Kumasawa and Shannon left. Only Genji and Kanon remained. Through the window, the darkness of the rainy night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolt.
源氏様
Genji-sama,
ベアトリーチェ様が本当に
did
お
Beatrice-sama
戻りになられたのでしょうか
really return?
わからん。
I don't know.
親方様にお知らせしますか
Shall I inform the master?
せずともよい。
That is not necessary. He already knows.
本当にお戻りになられたなら、やがておのずと親方様の前へ現れよう。
If she truly has returned, she will eventually appear before the master of her own accord.
それに、あれは気まぐれなお方。
Furthermore, she is a fickle
親
person.
方様にご報告申し上げたところで、
It would be pointless to report to the master only to find that she does not appear.
何の意味もない。
親方様の儀式は
I wonder if this means that the master's ceremony has already begun.
おそらく。
Probably.
だがそれは、我ら家具には何の関わりもないこと。
Okay, they keep saying this. Are they literally going to like become furniture? Like I know that they're using it as like what's the word I'm looking for? A metaphor. But this almost feels as if like they're literally going to turn into furniture. The amount of times that they bring it up. However, that has nothing to do with furniture like us. Hello, Rimate. What do you think of the story so far? Any theories? I did have some, and then they kind of got thrown out. And now I kind of really don't know. Story thus far has been very interesting. So I've been playing. This is the 4th stream that we've done. I actually thought we would be getting into like a lot of the puzzle stuff, but it seems like we're like every time I feel like it's gonna happen, we're still kind of building the story of it. So it's definitely a slow burn, but the story itself is very intriguing. I do like it a lot, and I've been very, very enthralled by it. My theory for a while has been, so I don't know what exactly is going to happen yet, but I started putting like 2 and 2 together where it's like, okay, so potentially 11, so 11 people are going to die here. Obviously, we have plot armor. I don't want to say obviously. I think we have plot armor, and we're going to be fine. But I can start seeing, like, I started saying kind of like off the top that I was like, nah, Maria definitely like gives off like she's either going to be the witch or like, and like Beatrice is going to be like speaking to her or something like that. And that's already started. When they started doing the contract stuff, I started to think about like, okay, so they've given a plot of how they're going to start killing each other. But then that kind of got erased by them not doing the contract. So that kind of fucked things up a little bit. So at the end of the day, I just think it's going to be a matter of like who finds this gold and then all that just kind of being null and void. But then you also got to think about what Kinzo said too. There's a lot that's going on here. Yeah, the way that this contract thing went down really blew up a lot of what I had set up in mind, where I was thinking like, oh man, it's going to be so crazy when they sign this contract, and it's just kind of like, well, what happens when they actually do find the gold? You've been denying that there's gold on this island, and then he put in the caveat that it's like, oh, well, if I do find it, and I'm like, well, there went that, and then like they didn't even sign, so everything kind of went to hell. But yeah, we'll see. I don't have a full theory yet. I thought I did when they were doing all that talking, but that's completely gone now. Is this the Beauty and the Beast prequel? Maybe. We must continue to favor. We must continue to return the favor we receive from the Master until our final moments. Yes. That is Furniture's duty. The thunder crashed once more. Except for those instants where lightning lit up the sky, nothing could be seen out of the window but the darkness of night. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, those that are not human rule when the sun is down. The darkness of the night is, that now surrounded Rokunjima was ruled by another master, not the Ushiromiya family. Did this master take pity on Maria when she was alone and being pummeled by the rain in the rose garden, lending her an umbrella? By the way, I do have to say this. For those of you that that really like UMINEKO and have come here to check out the stream for UMINEKO, I gotta give a lot of props to the fan base. I have not dealt with a single spoiler yet. There have definitely been series that I've played, Danganronpa, where you come in and immediately they're ready to just like spoil the entire game for you. So I appreciate y'all just hanging out here, chilling out, being really cool. Y'all are the best. Kanan looked at the rose garden's lights, dimly visible beyond the window. The dim lights weren't enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Kanan forced himself to avert his gaze. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light. Yeah, the spoilers. Yeah, the spoilers for it are really bad. I still remember somebody, and that's why I had to put a bit limitation on for a while. Somebody came in and put in 5 bits and like gave away the whole plot for the first game. And I was like, well, now I got to put a limitation on that. It really sucked when that happened too. Unironically, it's because Danganronpa is a normie game with a pretty low bar of entry. That is true. Danganronpa, like, you don't, in terms of like it is cultish, right? In terms of like, you know, like it's a cult visual novel. But it has like, it gives you enough where anybody can kind of enter in and read it and it's fine. Whereas I can see somebody immediately losing patience with UMINEKO if you're just kind of like a quote unquote normie, right? There's no way like normies are coming in here and being like, I'm going to sit through hours and pages of build up for what's about to happen, right? They need something insane and crazy to happen. And Danganronpa does provide that. 90% of Danganronpa's fans would have dropped this game before the boob scene, which is actually funny because they would have gotten to the boob scene and then be like, do we get more of this? Can the weather change how people act? You often hear stories about how things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health. Or that one time somebody came in with a name that was a spoiler? Yep. For some time now, everyone had been struggling to clear the gloomy atmosphere, but any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply filled with the sound of rain. Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pear sherbet. Goda-san enthusiastically explained the recipe as soon as this final dish was presented, but I quickly forgot the details. The guest of honor grandfather was absent, the weather was horrible, and the identity of the one who lent Mari an umbrella remained a mystery. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. It was too late, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of a meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical. Goda-san, the supposed conductor of this musical piece called Dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping little jokes left and right, but apparently not one of them succeeded. After taking orders for after-dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice... Excuse me? After-dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice? Does this mean that everybody at the table had one of those drinks? Or was everybody served all three of these? I think that's implying that all three were just served and everybody ordered a certain beverage. Maybe Maria had orange juice. That's what I'm thinking. That would make more sense to me. Okay. I read that and I'm just like, what in the rich is this? He left for the kitchen. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Kraus spoke. My.
せっかくゴーダが腕を振るってくれた晩餐もこうも沈み込んでしまっては実に味気ないというものだ。
What a waste that the dinner Goda worked so hard to create was met with such a gloomy atmosphere.
まったくね。
Yes, absolutely.
今日は何を食べても美味しく感じられない。そういう気分よ。
It just feels like nothing would taste good today.
ほう。どうしてそういう気分なのか聞きたいね。
I'd like to know why you'd feel that way.
心が晴れ晴れできるよう、兄として後で協力させてもらうよ。
Later on, I'll do all I can as your older brother, to help cheer you up. Aunt Ava grimaced slightly. I already heard she wasn't on good terms with Uncle Kraus, but it was pretty clear now. When I looked around, I noticed that my father and Aunt Rosa were also grimacing. Apparently, there was something besides the weather troubling all of them. If only you knew. Both Aunt Ava and my dad aren't looking too happy.
So?
Really? I don't think so. I asked Aunt Nazi, who was sitting on my right, but she seemed to be in a bad mood as well. She snapped back as if to say she was absolutely not interested. Complicated is certainly a word. Well, our adult conversation got a little complicated. It isn't something kids like you need to worry about, Battler-kun. Isn't that right? Nazi-san, Kirie-san. All right, so if 6 sacrifices need to be made at first, right? Who goes? I have a feeling Kinzo's going. So I think Kinzo, if 6 sacrifices need to be made, I think Kinzo goes first, and Kinzo is like down for the cause anyway, right? He's just got like death flag all over him, right? Maybe Kirie, and I'm only saying that because she doesn't feel prominent enough. Like I see, like, this motherfucker is definitely staying alive for a while. If they kill him immediately, that'll be hilarious. He's dead. I think Kirie dies. I don't think George died. I don't think any of the kids die. I don't think Maria dies either. They might kill Kumasawa. I don't think you would have a purpose. Like Kanan and Shannon, I don't think are dying yet. Like they feel like they have to be involved in the puzzle and the game. Right now, my only solids, my real solid is Kinzo. Kinzo, I absolutely think is dying. Natsu, he's not dying. I don't think Natsu's dying right away. Is she emotionally too involved in a lot of this? Rosa might. I think my solids right now are Kinzo and Kirie. I think they're going to be two that die off immediately, or at least serve as sacrifices, I should say. Isn't that right, Natsuki-san, Kirie-san? Hideyoshi actually might also be on that list. Now that I think about it, Uncle Hideyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness. So I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had become, because he's just comic relief. On top of that, even Aunt Natsu and Kirie, the people he had directed his comment to, ignored him as though they hadn't heard anything. I didn't know what kind of conversation they had been having while us kids were away. But it reminded me of how Dad said he had stomach cramps when he arrived at the mansion. Family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi's comment was ignored by the other adults, an awkward silence fell over the room. Kirie-san spoke up.
子供たちの進路はどうなるのかしらとか、そういう話よ。
Good lie. We were talking about how the kids' careers would turn out.
バトラ君は将来はどうするの？
Such as what lies in your future, Battler-kun?
ぼんやりと大学進学？
Will you just drift on to college?
そんなのじゃ長い人生レースのスタートラインとしては心細いわよ。
Wouldn't that be a little disheartening as a starting line for the long race of life? I like the end table people. Everyone at the end with Battler is way better than the rest of the table. Yep. Hey, wait a sec.
キリエさん、飯の最中にそんな話されちまったら消化不良で便秘になっちまうぜ。
Kirie-san, if you start talking about something like that in the middle of a meal, it won't digest well and we'll all end up getting constipated.
そうやそうや。バトラ君やジェシカちゃんの進路の話をしとったんや。
That's right, that's right. We were talking about Battler-kun and Jessica-san's careers.
将来のことは真剣に考えんとあかんで。
You've got to think seriously about the future. Hideyoshi heartily agreed, as if they were being talked as if they really had been talking about that, but that was probably wrong. Kirie had obviously been trying to change the subject. However, if Kirie-san had determined that this was the best course of action for now, then she was probably right. Taking this into account, I cast aside my suspicion as to the cause behind Aunt Ava and Dad's bad moods. At long last, the serving cart returned filled with coffee and tea. Yeah, that's okay. That's what it is then. Kumasawa-san and Shanon-chan served it to everyone. Goda-san then explained that this concluded tonight's meal. If only the mood had been a bit more cheery, it might have been the best dinner of my life. It was a shame this best of dinners couldn't have been under the best of conditions. George Oni-chan, is dinner over now? Over? Yes.
これでおしまいだよ。
With this, dinner is finished.
はしたないわよ。
Don't be rude.
お席について、落ち着いてジュースを飲みなさい。
Stay in your seat and drink calmly. Maria looked like she was excited by the occasionally crashing thunder. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She had been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Some people were afraid of thunder, while others find it interesting, and Maria apparently was one of the latter sort. Therefore, when she heard from George Aniki that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. She then rose from her seat, took out her handbag, which she set under her seat, never having left it while she was eating, and began fishing around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned by this behavior.
なんだい?
What's
それは
that?
どこから持ってきたの?
Where did you get it? George was the first to notice it. As he spoke, Battler noticed it too. Uh-oh. They saw that Maria was now holding a beautiful Western-style envelope. On the front of the envelope, the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was done in gold leaf. Furthermore, the fact that it was sealed with dark red wax made it clear that this wasn't something Maria could have brought as a prank.
マ
Maria-chan, what is that? It seemed that Natsuhi had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope Maria was holding. Her voice sounded too serious for someone admonishing a small child, so the relatives around us finally noticed too. What happened, Natsuhi-ne-san? What is that?
Maria,
where did you pick that up? Guess who? That envelope has Kinzo-san's. When Nanjo muttered that, even us kids could understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid. The envelope that Maria was held was one of the Ushiromiya family had custom made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could only mean one thing. This envelope contained a message from Kinzo. Okay, here we go. What is an envelope like that doing here? UMINEKO fans have a code of conduct when it comes to... How did I not see this? To discussing spoilers in a streamer's chat or YouTube comment section. We use... I don't know what Rot 13 is. What does that mean? I also don't know if that's something I should be looking up. Oh, it's a... Okay, wait, hang on. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's a cipher. Yep. I see, because I saw, like, decoding. I got it. Now, that's an interesting thing to come jumping out at us. Just let me have a peek. No way, I'll read it. I was told to read it to everyone. Uncle Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope away from out of Maria's hands, but she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let go. At least someone knows that. Hideyoshi-san, you can't use force against a child.
Maria-chan,
for example, High Blackjack in Rot 13 is that's actually very smart. Because, like, even if you do know what that is, you wouldn't go out of your way to actually try to... If you know that somebody's trying to talk like that, they're not going to go out of their way to try to be like, okay, now I need to know what they're talking about. If it's known, like, yeah, they're doing spoiler talk. Don't, yeah. That's actually very smart. That's not Rot 13. Gab is actually dying. Rest in peace. I got it from Beatrice when she gave me the umbrella. She told me to read it to everyone after the meal was over. She told me to say, I'm the witch's messenger. Ooh.
Messenger?
Messenger? Okay, so I read Maria correctly. I had this vibe from, like, episode 1, and to be fair, it is a little spelled out and kind of obvious. The almighty witch of the island sure likes to mess around. I'm gonna defenestrate anyone who says ooh or of. Battle tried to joke about it, but no one laughed. I wonder what's written inside of it, Maria-chan. Gonna read it. Maria casually opened the envelope. By the way, words written like this are originally in English. It's a carryover from the original translation, which didn't have voice acting. Okay, so that's why she was struggling to say the word messenger, I guess. I finished UMINEKO VN earlier this week, and already writing up some theories. Surprised my main one isn't more mainstream. It was sealed only with wax, so she had just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. The sealing wax fell onto the desk. Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it in the center of the table where Natsuki, Kirie, and Nanjo stared at it. Imprinted in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which was the Ushiromiya family crest and also Kinzo's personal crest. This is the family head's personal crest. I know it from the letters I have received from Kinzo-san before. Without a doubt, this is his wax seal.
でも、このお屋敷にはそれと同じ紋章がいくつもあるのでは?
But there are several things in this mansion bearing that crest. This stream is sponsored by Crest.
例えば、風浪用のハンコのようなものがあれば、金蔵さんでなくても風浪はできるのでは?
For example, if there was some kind of stamp for wax seals, couldn't someone other than Kinzo have used it?
いや、Kinzo-sanは風浪には必ず自分が指にしている後ろ宮家当主の証の指輪で刻印をする。
No, Kinzo-san would have always used his used the ring on his finger, his proof of the Ushiromiya family headship when he sealed the wax.
この形や複雑な意匠は間違いなくKinzo-sanの風浪だ。
This shape and complex design is definitely Kinzo-san's seal.
そうとは限らんよ。
That is not necessarily so, huh?
親族であれば一度くらいは親父の手紙を受け取ったことはあるはずだ。
Anyone in the family must have received a letter from father at least once.
その風浪をもとに偽の紋章を作り、親父殿を語って刻印した可能性が否めない。
He did eat his ring. You're actually right about that, right? We cannot eliminate the possibility that someone used this wax, that wax as a model to create a fake seal and pass themselves off as father.
兄貴に同感だ。
I agree with Aniki.
風浪に刻印されている紋章がどれだけ親父のものに酷似していたとしても、
No matter how much
間違いなく親父のものであるとは証明不能だぜ。
No matter how much the seal resembles Dad's, we can't prove this is the real thing.
だからその封筒が親父のものであるという証拠にはならない。
So it doesn't prove this envelope came from him.
私も全く同じよ。
I absolutely agree.
風浪の刻印だけでお父様の手紙だなんて決めつけることには同意できないわ。
I cannot approve of arbitrarily deciding that this letter came from father based solely on the wax seal. Well, don't worry, the other option's worse.
南條先生、曖昧な言葉は慎んでいただけるかしら。
Dr. Nanjo, couldn't you use a bit more discretion with your vague words?
これは失礼。
I apologize.
出過ぎた口でしたな。
It was not my place to speak. One after another, all the siblings from Kraus on downwards rejected Nanjo's statement, saying that the envelope Maria had held wasn't necessarily from Kinzo. They were afraid. They feared from the bottom of their hearts that Kinzo's intentions were written in there. And that it might be some announcement regarding the inheritance that would be decidedly unfavorable to them. Wish they'd walk upstairs and just ask him. Yeah. Maria.
その封筒は傘を貸してくれた人がくれたのね。
The person who gave you that envelope was the same person who lent you that umbrella, right? Yep. Ooh.
じゃわからないでしょ。
I don't know what ooh means. Oh, I don't know what ooh means.
そうなの
？Is it true? Yes.
つまり
So in other words,
魔女
the witch.
ベアトリーチェが傘と一緒にマリアちゃんにその封筒を
Beatrice gave Maria-chan that envelope along with the umbrella. Maria nodded forcefully.
主人に私も同感です。
I agree with my husband.
得体の知れない何者かが手渡した怪文書です。
It's a dubious letter handed over by some suspicious
読む
person.
にも値しません。
It isn't even worth reading. Really?
せめて読むくらいいいじゃねえかよ。
There's nothing wrong with just reading it, right? Oh, that's right. I gotta keep remembering that there's money involved here. Battler said it to Jessica in a small voice, trying to act tough, but Natsuhi heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes. All right, here comes a CG, I'm guessing.
それでマリアは
And then
その
they
ベアトリーチェに食事が終わったら読めって言われたんだな。
Beatrice told you to read it after the meal was over, right, Maria? Ooh.
いいじゃないの皆さん。
It's okay, everyone.
これはおじい様の封筒ではなく、
This
ベアトリーチェの封筒。
This envelope didn't come from grandfather, but from
誰
Beatrice.
が書いたのかはともかく、中身を聞いてからの判断でもいいんじゃないかしら。
Regardless of who actually wrote it, why can't we just hear what's inside before we decide?
そうやな。
That's right.
お父さんが書いたとは限らんが、中身が気になるのは事実や。
Even if father didn't write it, I'd still like to know what's inside.
マリアちゃん、さっきは無理やり取ろうとしてすまんかった。
Maria-chan, I'm sorry I tried to take it from you by force earlier.
謝るからみんなの前でそれ読み上げてくれんか。
I apologize. So will you read it out loud in front of everyone?
マリア、
Maria,
読みなさい。
read it. Oh. She's like, I finally get to do things. All right, cool. As all the relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she spread the letter open with a rustle.
本当に親父の手紙だと思うか？
Do you think it really did come from Dad?
ありえんね。
Impossible.
親父殿が私たちに何かを発表するときは、直接でなければいつだって源氏を通してじゃないか。
Whenever father has announced something to us in the past, he would always send Genji if he didn't do it directly, correct?
このようなこじゃれた方法でするとは思えんね。
I can't believe he would use such a joke-like approach.
そうよ。
That's right.
マリアをメッセンジャーに？
Maria, a messenger?
それこそお父様の趣味じゃないわよ。
That definitely doesn't suit father's taste.
ローザ、これはマリアちゃんが私たちを脅かそうという何かの隠し芸なんでしょ？
Rosa, could this be Maria-chan trying to surprise us by putting on some kind of show?
マリアはそんな気の利いたことができる子じゃないわ。
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, Maria isn't really a kid who'd be capable of doing something like that. Of something so thoughtful. Gonna read it. Ugh. The words came out of Maria's mouth, but for some reason her voice seemed different than usual. I've never heard a better chance to save. Everyone went suddenly silent.
六軒島へようこそ、後宮家の皆様方。
Oh, she done grown up. Welcome to Rokkenjima, members of the Ushiromiya family.
私は金蔵様にお仕えしております。
I am
陶器顧問錬
Beatrice.
金術師のベアトリーチェと申します。
What happened here? I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family, employed by Kinzo-sama himself.
そんなアホな。
That's crazy.
黙って。
Quiet.
長年にわたりご契約に従いお仕えしてまいりましたが、本日金蔵様よりその契約の終了を宣告されました。
It's almost like she took over. I have served him for many years in accordance with our contract, but on this day, Kinzo-sama has announced the final suspension of that
よっ
contract.
て本日をもちまして、 当家顧問錬金術師のお役目を終了させていただきますことをどうかご了承くださいませ。
Therefore, I ask that you acknowledge my resignation from the position of family alchemist from this day forward.
くだらん。ざれ言だ。
How foolish. What nonsense.
聞くに耐えません。
I can't stand to listen to it.
さてここで皆様に契約の一部をご説明しなければなりません。
And now there is one part of the contract that must be explained to all present.
私ベアトリーチェは金蔵様にある条件とともに莫大な黄金の貸与をいたしました。
I, Beatrice, lent Kinzo sama a vast quantity of gold under certain terms.
その条件とは契約終了時に黄金のすべてを返還すること。
One of these terms specifies that all the gold is to be returned to me upon the termination of the
そ
contract.
して利息として後ろ宮家のすべてを頂戴できるというものです。
Furthermore, I am to receive everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. Okay. Well. Oh, well, okay, that done threw a wrench into everything.
むちゃくちゃや。
Ridiculous.
初めからむちゃくちゃだぜ。
It's been ridiculous from the very beginning.
要するにあれだろ。
So it's basically one of those things, right?
よくある悪魔の契約みたいなやつなんだろ。
Doesn't it sound like one of those contracts with the devil?
ほんで契約がおしまいってことになるから。
The contract has expired, so they come to collect the interest. Grandfather made a bad deal.
いいんや。
Grandfather didn't
何
care.
年の退職金のつもりかな。
Is she trying to grab some retirement money for her old age or something?
ちゃっかりした魔女だぜ。
What a cheeky witch.
バトラ君、今は茶化さない方がいい。
Battler-kun, now isn't the time to joke around. Battler made a face as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? Some of the adults' faces were pale while others looked dazed.
これだけをお聞きならば皆様は金蔵様のことをなんと無慈悲なのかとお嘆きにもなられるでしょう。
Also, is it not like how is nobody else kind of going like, yo, bro, she's like talking in full structured sentences and is reading without a problem. After hearing this, you might, and also the voice change, you may feel as though Kinzo-sama has been savaged ruthlessly.
しかし金蔵様は皆様に富と名誉を残す機会を設けるため特別な条項を追加されました。
She got hooked on phonics. Yeah, she got the hooked on phonics implant. However, Kinzo-sama did append a special clause to the contract so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor.
その条項が満たされた時に限り私は黄金と利子を回収する権利を永遠に失います。
If and only if that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my right to the gold and the interest for all eternity.
特別な条項
A special clause?
それは何よ。
What is it?
特別条項
Special clause.
契約終了時にベアトリーチェは黄金と利子を回収する権利を持つ。
Beatrice retains the right to collect the gold and accumulated interest upon the termination of the contract.
隠された契約の黄金を暴いた者が現れた時
However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this
ベ
contract,
アトリーチェはこの権利をすべて永遠に放棄しなければならない。
Beatrice must abandon these rights for all
利
time.
子の回収はこれより行いますが、もし皆様のうちの誰か一人でも特別条項を満たせたなら
The collection of the interest will proceed shortly, but if any one of you fulfills the terms of this special clause, okay, so he can't die yet
す
then,
でに
right?
回収した分も含めてすべてお返しいたします。
Okay, so him die. Okay, wait, he can't die yet then. I shall return everything, including the portion that has already been collected.
なお回収の手始めとしてすでに後ろ宮本家の家督を受け継いだことを示す
Furthermore,
後ろ宮家当主の指輪をお預かりさせていただきました。
as the first step in this collection of Kinzo-san's debt, I have taken possession of the Ushiromiya family head's ring, which signifies the passage of the Ushiromiya family headship from one individual to the other.
封印のろうそくにてそれをどうかご確認くださいませ。
Maria is very hyped when discussing occult things. Yeah. I ask that you confirm this for yourselves by examining the imprint on the wax seal.
これがそうだというのか。
Are they trying to claim that that's the meaning behind this seal?
親父が指輪を手放すなどありえん。
That father would relinquish this. That father would relinquish this ring is unthinkable. Corral stared at the sealing wax as if it was burning a hole through it. Ava and Rudolph were doing the same over his shoulder.
確かにチェスの時、金蔵さんの指に何か足りんような違和感を感じ取りました。
Come to think of it, when we were playing chess, I did have a strange feeling that something was missing from Kinzo-san's finger.
Nanjo sensei!
Dr. Nanjo!
おぼろげな記憶でいい加減なことを言わないように。
Don't say something so careless just because of a vague memory.
その心眼をここでは測れないわ。
We can't prove its authenticity
本
here.
当に指輪をおじい様は誰かに手渡したのか。
Only by asking Father directly can we determine whether he really handed over his ring and whether this letter tells the truth.
そうね。
That's right.
キリエさんの言う通りだわ。
It's just as Kirie-san says.
果たして
Do you really think
金蔵さんがそれを答え
Kinzo-san will tell you?
あの人のお考えは時に人の世の常識では測りかねますからな。
After all, that person's thought sometimes surpasses the bounds of common sense.
どの道ざれ言の域を出んね。
No matter what happens, it's still nonsense.
第一、黄金幻想自体が親父殿のまやかしだ。
In the first place, the illusion of gold itself is one of Father's tricks.
ありもしない黄金の話を始めるのはお前たちだけで十分だ。
I've already heard enough talk of that gold from the rest of you.
でも魔女様はおっしゃってるわよ。
But this is the witch speaking,
黄
right?
金を見つけた者に家督とすべての財産を引き渡すってね。
The one about how the inheritance and all the assets will be handed over to the one who finds the gold, right?
つまりベアトリーチェ様はお父様の顧問弁護士もしくは金庫番でもあられるってことじゃないのかしら。
So maybe Beatrice-sama is Father's legal advisor or in charge of his funds?
このような怪しげな文章を子供に託すような怪人物を信用することなどできません。
We can't possibly trust some strange person who entrusts such a suspicious paper to a child.
兄貴、腹を割ってもらうぜ。
Aniki, we need you to be frank with us.
兄貴の知らない人物が親父の財産管理をしてるようなことはあり得るのか？
I love how all the parents are freaking out, like, yeah, because of the contract talk, and the kids are just like, oh, that's interesting. We need you to be frank with us. Is it possible Dad's assets are being managed by someone you don't know?
いや、それはない。
No, that's impossible.
私は当主代行として親父殿のすべての財産を把握している。
I control all of Father's assets.
私に知られずにそれらを自由にできる人間はいないはずだ。
It should be impossible for anyone to do as they please with them without me knowing.
じゃあつまりクラウス兄さんの把握していない財産ってことじゃないの？
So this must mean there are some assets you don't control, right, Krausny-san?
バカな。そんなものあるわけがない。
Foolish! How foolish! Such assets could not possibly exist.
あるわよ。
Oh, but there is such a thing.
兄さんが把握していない。
An asset of
お父様の資産。
An asset of Father's that you don't control.
そんなものあるわけがありません。
There is no way such a thing could exist.
いや、あるで。
No, it does.
それがお父さんの、いや、ベアトリーチェの隠し宝庫や。
It's Father's. No, Beatrice's hidden gold.
話を整頓しよう。
Let's keep it simple.
つまり親父には兄貴も知らない腹心がいた。
In short, Dad has some trusted confidant that Aniki doesn't even know about.
そしてそいつはずっと黄金の番と運用を任されてきたわけだ。
Furthermore, this person has always been in charge of watching and managing the gold.
あるいは悪魔の契約まがいのルールで融資した小塚の大富豪か。
Or it could be some eccentric rich person who offered him a loan with rules like a devil's contract.
その腹心のベアトリーチェさんは自分の黄金を融資する相手として
息子兄弟の誰がふさわしいか試したいということなのかしら。
Could it be that that this confidant called Beatrice is trying to test which of Kinzo's children is the most worthy to be financed by her gold? Curious question was one that all siblings wanted answered. Upon reflection, they realized that Kinzo's strange epitaph had hung in the hall beneath the witch's portrait for quite some time. And while it had long been whispered that whoever solved the puzzle would receive everything, no one had clearly stated it. It was just something that everyone had hoped might be true. And right here, right now, the thing they'd hoped for had clearly been stated in Beatrice's letter. It clearly specified that everything of the Ushiromiya family would be given to the one who found the gold.
黄金の隠し場所については、すでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。
Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold with the epitaph under my portrait.
条件は碑文を読むことができる者すべてに公平に。
The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph.
黄金を暴けたなら、私はすべてをお返しするでしょう。
If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you.
それではどうか今宵を金蔵様との知恵比べにて存分にお楽しみくださいませ。
If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest.
今宵が知的かつ優雅な夜になるよう。
It's amazing that they fit all of this in one letter.
お祈りいたしております。
I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant.
黄金のベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice the Golden. Father, I know you can hear me. Please respond. The door to Kinzo's study was being violently, harshly beat against over and over like a percussion instrument. The yells coming from the other side belonged to Kraus, Rudolph, and sometimes Ava. It was his siblings who were trying to intrude upon Kinzo's study to question him about the truth behind that mystery letter. Kinzo was eating. An elegant tablecloth, just I like how he just got food for himself. An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and the fabulous dinner that had adorned the table down in the dining hall was reproduced here. Kinzo continued his meal in silence. Shannon, taking away an empty plate, looked uncomfortably between the door being pounded on and Kinzo's face. Everyone is calling for you. But what should I do? Leave them. God and my meals both hold silence as a virtue. Should I silence them? There's no need. It doesn't even reach my ears. Kinzo enjoyed his food, apparently indifferent. Genji quietly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he did, Kanan, who stood in reverse like a shadow behind and to the side of Genji, opened his mouth.
Maria-sama
apparently received a letter from Beatrice-sama, so I imagine they want to test its authenticity. This is hilarious to him. Has she started already then? Come, Beatrice. I have no shortage of coins to be wagered. Shall we enjoy this night to the fullest? I don't think I'll lose. Your style will be mine. Your smile will be mine for all eternity. I wouldn't regret losing my wealth, my honor, or even my life. Well then, the roulette has begun to spin. Which pocket will the ball fall into? Noir, rouge? Or house takes off. Oh, he's saying red or black. Okay. Okay, right. Because it's roulette. Right. Come, you may begin, Beatrice. I'll show you the power of miracles once more. Oh, we're going to 10 p.m. All right. Okay. Lot of time has passed now. Okay, I think this is a good stopping point then. Damn, we're coming back right in the thick of it. I thought for sure it was going to be this one, but the next stream for sure. Next stream for sure. I guarantee you. I guarantee it. We're going to get to some thick plot, it feels like. And we're probably going to finally start the puzzle stuff. I have no idea if that's true or not. I'm just guessing. This was awesome. It was fantastic. I'm really enjoying this this VN. Isn't that what you said last time? It really felt like it last time, but this time for sure though. So yes, we will be back to this again on Sunday. On Sunday is when I've just kind of done Sundays and Mondays as I'm using my right to remain silent. That's good. Continue to do so. Mondays and Sundays are going to be the days that I feel like I've designated for this. What the Sigma? So Sunday we will come back to this. So I'll be streaming at about 5 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday. Monday I should be starting at around 6 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll continue some more UMINEKO, and we'll see where we're going here. I should maybe be streaming again tomorrow. Tomorrow will most likely be Hades 2, and then definitely on Saturday, me and the Regretful Twitcher crew will be here for 999 as we continue going through that. So thank you everybody for joining me. I appreciate everybody for being here and being kind and wonderful and whatnot. I will see y'all tomorrow night. Goodbye.